Good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining us for the annual conference of the Geopolitics of Technology Center. As you know, today we'll be tackling the crucial issue of European technological sovereignty. I have to say that when we starting to think about this conference a few months ago, we had no idea that this subject would become so important in the wake of Donald Trump's re-election. But probably in an interesting Freudian sleep, we chose the date of Thanksgiving. So it was probably a roundabout way of ensuring that no Americans would be able to take part in our discussion. Anyway, without further ado, I'd like to hand over to our keynote speaker, whom I sincerely thank for being here to introduce this timely and critical conference, given the evolving geopolitical landscape and the shifts in the US administration and its implication for Europe. As indicated on the program, Bruno Sportis was supposed to be here, but he had a personal emergency or or something like that that prevented him from being here. Fortunately, Gilles Babinet was able to join us. So thank you very much for being here to discuss this fascinating issue. Gilles Babinet, you're self-taught, passionate about new technologies and general political and social issues. You've been an entrepreneur since the age of 22. You founded numerous companies in fields as diverse as consulting, construction, mobile music, co-creation, decision-making tools, etc. You're the author of several books, including Big Data, Penser l'homme et le monde autrement, L'ère numérique, un nouvel âge de l'humanité, Refondre les politiques publiques avec le numérique, ou Comment les hippies, Dieu et la science ont illustré Internet. You also teach at HEC Paris, and you used to teach at Sciences Po Paris, where I was your student, actually, a few years ago. You've also held the positions of Président du Conseil national du numérique when it was created, Digital Champion of France with the European Commission, and Vice President of the Conseil national du numérique since 2018. So I've prepared three questions which I'd like to ask you, and then we'll save a few minutes at the end for questions from the audience. So first, to begin with, how would you define technological sovereignty?
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you for having me, and thank you for organizing this, I would say, critical debate nowadays, especially in the wake of what you just mentioned. I think this notion of sovereignty, technological sovereignty, might become one of the main, I wouldn't say obstacle, but key point of discussion in between most of the different regions in the world, at least as important as energy is today. And we can see that obviously with Taiwan and other places as well. So the notion, I would say, the notion of sovereignty or being sovereign as a state or as a union is not an obvious notion. You know, it's I would say that the larger definition would be like to be able to decide on your own on you know, your future. And the question lies in, are we able to do that today? Obviously, we can still decide on the type of laws and so on, but we probably are weaker than we were like 20 years ago. And the weakness is essentially coming from technology. the fact that we do not have the software and hardware infrastructure anymore on our own. And therefore, as I just mentioned in my previous paper, think about a day where Donald Trump just says, okay, I'm not happy with the regulation of Europe, and let's cut Azure or whatever service. That may sound like completely crazy today, but we've seen some crazy things 4 years back, and I don't see why they should come to that extent at some point. So it's even though it's the likelihood of such decision is hopefully very low. I wouldn't just try it. I wouldn't try the idea. I would make sure that we can keep deciding on our own. And there comes the question on what makes the notion of technological sovereignty. It's complicated because if you look at it, you have several, probably 6 to 7 layers of sovereignty. You have the, how do you say, terra, the gray earth, rare earth, thank you. Then you have like the chips makers overall. Then you have the cables, the long distance cables. Then you have the data centers. You have the framework software, the mid-range software, the end user software, the over the top, and so on. So each of these are probably providing a key part of this notion of sovereignty. And we only control maybe 1 or 2 of these 7 layers. So it's like completely naive to believe that we would be able to rebuild such layers, which are involving like hundreds of billions of investment for each over the next course, the next coming years. And we've probably slided progressively over the last 30 years from a dominancy in a lot of technologies to where we stand today. And it will probably take the same amount of time to rebuild it. Would we be ready to do it from now on? And that the first thing I think is important. It's to consider the notion of decades instead of years as being the right framework of timing to build that. And it's something which probably where Europe has been quite different from the US and China. China is always mentioned as the country where we can shoot long range and plan over the next course of, let's say, 2050 and so on. And they've been very good at it. I think the articulation of the different steps towards the notion of autonomy, technological autonomy, they've been able to build it. And a lot of people are saying it's because it's not a democracy. I don't buy that personally. But the US have been good as well. It's interesting to see that from the 60s until recently, they have progressively created a framework of regulation to let the venture capital emerge. So it's not something which happened completely from, usually we mention the history of California as like a completely autonomous scene. It's not completely true. And plus, 2 other things, the army, obviously, the DoD, not to mention the DARPA, that have been able to help to go from, I would say, fundamental research to applied research in a very efficient manner, at least in the 60s and 70s, even though today it's probably not as true as it used to be. And the Federal Research Institute, which had a very good role in synchronizing the different labs in R&D, especially in AI, which gave an efficiency of the capital poured in the field, which was not comparable to the one in Europe. Still, today in Europe, we don't do that. You don't synchronize what is going on in Germany with France and so on, because the level of investment from the EU is not sufficient enough to be able to have an edge on the researcher and the labs. in general. So it's something which is obviously important. I would say there are probably three other things which are important. One is creating the framework of regulation across Europe to free up the financial capital, to make sure that we can, as Mario Draghi mentioned, free up the 10,000 billions of euros that are not usable because of national regulation. So that's something which goes back to the will of the countries to remain in charge of their own regulation, and eventually to the will of the citizen to feel that they don't want to have a federal Europe. And I think it's the big discussion. So that's the first thing. The second thing is removing the red tape. We can't keep having like 2, if not 3 levels of regulation. And those regulation interacting with each other not in a good manner. You have like 27 frequency agencies, 27 health and drugs agency across Europe, in the different European countries, and so on, for everything which touches technologies. And as a startup, if you're a French startup, for instance, you have like 7 times less likelihood to succeed compared to the US startup, just because they have 6 to 7 more inhabitants, and with the same gradient of dissipation of your technologies, it's much more efficient to build a startup in the US than in France. So and eventually the notion of technology clusters. If you are in the Silicon Valley, it's very easy to find any type of competencies that you may look for. Where in France, it's probably something which would take a little bit. It's more complex. I get calls from friends like on a weekly basis. They're looking for whatever type of competence, and it's not as obvious as it can be in the US.
Thank you very much. To keep this comparison between the US and Europe, in light of the recent geopolitical shifts, what do you see as the most pressing challenges, but also opportunities for Europe in securing its ambition to be more technologically autonomous?
That's the big question, is what's the road in between like threat and partnership with the US? We know how it works, and overall, I think on the long run, we need to regain our full sovereignty on our decision making, our technologies, and so on. But in the context of a long-range strategy. So it won't work in 5 years, nor in 10 years. So we need to be extremely pragmatical, and probably to start with, to me, financial integration ecosystems. That's the key things. We have excellent human capital, especially in mathematics and AI. So it's a very good starting point, and therefore we can build on it. And we are probably at an interesting moment where there is a kind of paradigmical shift with AI, which is an opportunity for newcomers. If you think about it, we had 3 different or 4 maybe different eras over the next 50 years in the technology. You had the framework, the microcomputers, the cloud, then the mobile, and so on. And at each phase, you had newcomers, new players, which had a very efficient, capital efficiency, a very good capital efficiency, and which let them emerge in general. So we can probably build something out of this new technology, whether it's a Mistral or any other of these companies. I have no idea, but it's important to have a low degree of protectionism because it's exactly what they do over there. It's I'm an entrepreneur. I'm not a Marxist. I'm very much in favor of free market and openness and so on. But if you look at the way things have happened in the US, it's obvious. For instance, in 1977, it's not mentioned in the books or in the history of the internet and so on, but Apple got a huge order from the California state at the moment where they were struggling with their cash flows and so on. It just to mention this, and they were able to use a lot of research lab people from the Stanford, from the MIT, from Caltech, and so on, almost for free, for a very long time. So, and a few of the things, they didn't have to pay for the first layer of internet infrastructure because it was mostly paid by the federal state. So this is to be mentioned because I believe that, and in today, the notion of American protectionism doesn't work the same way. It's mostly if you want to work with the US company, it's much better if you are from the US than you're from France, especially if it's a critical piece of software that you're bringing to these people. It's the way it works. So I'm sorry to say, I know it's not something which is extremely well perceived to be promoting the notion of protectionism, but again, I'm very much in favor of the notion of competition, and I believe it's very Darwinian, the notion of AI competition in general. But I believe that, for instance, having most of our, I would say, basic infrastructures running on softwares from the US is something that we should at some point challenge. So we should challenge it in a way which make sure that it remains competitive. But when you have, like, for instance, technology shift with the one we are having with AI, we should make sure that the GPUs that we're using from now on are mostly from local players. And we should also think about something like building joint ventures with IP transferred from extra-European companies as well.
Okay, well, actually, you already started to answer my third question, which was about a realistic roadmap for Europe's technological sovereignty over the next 5 to 10 years. And you mentioned the imperative to have a long-range approach. But if you want to add something briefly, and then we'll open the floor to questions.
There is one thing which I think is important as well, is the notion of common ground culture on AI. It's because if you think about it, in China, they had, and they still have actually, an obvious reason to believe in technological progress. They have changed. No country had occurred such change in like a few decades, and everybody is in favor of technology over there. In the US, it's a little bit different. It's the notion of, I would say, frontier. They had this frontier from the east to the west in the 90s, and they had it with the space in the 60s. Sorry, in the 19th century, and they had it in the 60s with the space. And they have it with the new frontier of the digital technology, the information technology in general. It's something which is very much in the skin of the American people, and they have a common culture of technology. Would you go in Washington, where it's not so much a technological place, and talk about like one of the pioneer of the technology, they would probably much more know the key name of these people than in Brussels, for instance. And that counts. That counts a lot. So in that view, we have built Cafeia, and we've told the government, the previous government, and the president, and so on, that we believe that if we really want to become like a country which counts in the AI field, we need to have a common ground understanding of what is AI. And the goal of Cafeia is basically to go and meet like millions of French people. Not to make every of these people an AI engineer, but just to make sure that people stop having like completely false views on AI. When I had back 15 days ago, I had a lunch with some of my family, and I was appalled to realize what they saw as AI. You know, they felt they thought it was conscious, that it was obviously something which would at some point harm them and so on. It's a pity, frankly. And so I started to struggle with each of them, and at some point I told them, so you know what, you should come to a cafeteria and come with your questions, and we'll see. So the idea is we need to regain the idea of progress. The notion of 30 Glorious, the 30 years where we had the most productivity gain and GDP increase in this country, were at a time where most of the population believed in this notion of progress, and which is not the case at all anymore. Just check it around you. It's incredible how low it is today. So that's the idea.
Thank you. We'll still have a few more minutes to take 2 or 3 questions from the room, and we'll take it in a row so that you can answer all of them in just one answer. Yes, I don't know where Emma is for the mic.
Il y en a un qui est là. Il marche. Il faut demander à la régie.
Thank you very much for this great introduction. I just have a question regarding our common understanding of technological sovereignty at European level. Knowing that we are all coming in the European countries from different understanding of what sovereignty is, we discuss about open sovereignty sometimes. How do you think that we can embark other country in a common understanding of what should be built together? Thank you.
Maybe if there is another question, or if there isn't, you can answer. Thank you.
Yes, hi. So I have a remark, and which will bring me to the question. Coming back to the question, I think we can say that we are not sovereign at all in Europe. We lost pretty much all the battles from servers to cloud to mobile, etc. But it's not because we have lost previous battles that we are not able to win the next battles. And you talk about AI, we could talk about quantum. And from your perspective, do you believe that Europe is well placed to win these battles? Knowing we talk a lot about Mistral AI, we could talk about Aleph Alpha in Germany and another one in the UK. So we are all playing on in our own jurisdiction. But when you look, these firms, they are not going very well. While OpenAI is doing plus 3 billion euros of revenue, and the giants from the cloud are investing hundreds of billions, where we are not investing, or very few, in these field AI, which is basically a question of capital and investment.
Maybe I can take those two. The notion of, I believe you refer to the skill sets of the people who are in Brussels, right? In the countries? You mean the people in the countries? In the...
That's the discussion we have nowadays regarding a certification scheme that is AUCS. I'm sure you're aware of this one. And the fact that, it should be on the top of every country priorities because it's the cornerstone, of our common sovereignty. And the fact that we have such disagreement between the states. So again, how do we have a common understanding of what should be built together?
Yeah. The key question in here is, do we agree to have more common budget at the EU? And therefore, the most successful program at the EU, it's Erasmus, by far. It's the efficiency in all aspects is incredible. It has created, like, I think, 200,000 European people who got married thanks to Erasmus and so on. The people who went through Erasmus are very pro-European, and they are creating like twice the GDP of an average citizen. So it's efficient, and they are pushing it a lot. Every year, the Erasmus budget is increased, at least for the past 20 years and so on. And now they want to use part of this budget to do some common ground AI certification and so on. So it goes right in your direction. The key question is, we are at the key moment because the new commission has been appointed yesterday, I believe, and it's very difficult to say, to foretell what will be the degree of autonomy, of I would say, ambition at the stage. I hope that we're going to be able to do interesting things, but given the political landscape, it's complicated. But I think two things. First, Mario Draghi is the most famous person in Brussels today. Everybody speak about the Draghi report, and therefore it's a good news because we understand that we are, progressively sliding behind. And secondly, I think that AI is something which most of the countries, the EU countries, are willing to move on with. And I see a lot of bilateral, if not multilateral collaboration across Europe. And we can build on this. So I don't pretend that I know what will happen, but it's what I can see as of today. So to your question, yeah, sure, we have excellent companies and very good entrepreneurs and so on, but it's lagging behind. But not so much, I was talking to Arthur from Mistral a few days ago. I don't want to reveal his numbers, but it's much better than anything I expected. So it's not small numbers. It's something he could be able to fundraise big time soon. It's the only thing that I would say to that extent. But the key thing, and I think it's very clear in the Commission's mind, if you think about the opening speech of von der Leyen, like, I don't know, a month ago, it's very much business driven and then red tape removal driven as well. Maybe it's just cheap talk and so on. It's the only thing, I'm not the Commission, I'm not the EU, it's the only thing I can tell you. I think that there is a sudden understanding which came very recently, like in the past 12 months, that we are not going in the right direction and we need to shift into something different.
Well, thank you very much for introducing this conference so brilliantly. We'll now move on, the next panel, which is the first panel, to discuss Europe's position in the Sino-American competition, so a crucial issue. And thank you again for being here.
Thank you. What a perfect introduction. Welcome, everyone. I am Mathilde Vellier, a research fellow here at the Geopolitics of Technology Center at Ifri. And I'm absolutely delighted to be chairing this first panel entitled Navigating Sino-American Competition. Because as we've seen, it's a critical time since the Biden administration this recent years has confirmed and amplified its predecessors focused on great power competition, viewing China as a pacing challenge. In their race for technological supremacy, both US and Chinese government, as we're going to see, have strengthened their tools to protect economic security, to weaponize interdependence, and to build partnerships in a rivalry that is reshaping the global technological supply chains. So, in this era of increased great power competition, what is the European Union's economic and technological leverage? What tools has the EU developed to navigate this new environment? And what more could and should be done? We briefly evoked this, but I'm very happy we can delve on this a bit further. And with the new Trump administration, what should we expect for US-China and transatlantic relations? A lot of very consequential questions, and we're lucky to have a stellar panel with us today to discuss them. We're happy to welcome Tobias Gerke, who's a senior policy fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations, based in the Berlin office. You cover economic security, European economic strategy, and great power competition, and I can only recommend your latest report on how to upgrade the EU's geoeconomic strategy. Before joining ECFR, Tobias was a research fellow with the Egmont Royal Institute in Brussels, and you hold a PhD in political science from Ghent University. We are also very happy to welcome Agatha Kratz, a director at Rhodium Group, where she heads the China Corporate Advisory Team, as well as Rhodium's research on EU-China relations and China's economic statecraft. A lot of work recently, I'm guessing. You also work on China's global investment, industrial policy, and technology aspirations. You also hold a PhD from King's College in London on China's railway diplomacy. And you previously worked in Dragonomics and for the Asia Center in Paris. And last, but definitely not least, I am hoping that joining us online is Peter Sandler, a director within the Directorate General for Trade and Economic Security at the European Commission, that hopefully will appear very soon on our screens. He joined DG Trade.
Can you hear me?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
I'm here.
Relieved. Great. I was about to say that you joined DJ Trade in 2008, so you're very well placed to talk to us about the evolution of the Commission's strategy these past years. For the last 3 years, you have focused on economic security, enforcement, and legal affairs. And that work includes export control, trade sanction, and inbound and outbound investment. So hopefully a lot of topics that we'll be able to discuss today. You graduated as a lawyer from Bristol University in the UK and the College of Europe in Bruges. You have worked on various economic reform themes during your career, from opening up Europe's telecom markets in the 90s to being a commission spokesperson for the Information Society and Business in the Prodi Commission. Thank you very much to all three of you for your presence today. We all look forward to hearing your remarks. So without further ado, let's dive in. First, as both the European Commission and the Biden administration near the end of their mandates, I thought we could take a few minutes to assess the evolution of the US-China tech competition these past few years and EU's action to navigate this changing environment. Let me turn first to you, Agatha. Could you maybe explain to us a little bit what were the main measures adopted by the Chinese and by the US government to de-risk and compete in technological sectors? And what have been the main consequences for Europe? And maybe also what have been the points of cooperation and divergences between the US and the EU on these issues?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mathilde. I hope everyone can hear me. Peter, I'm glad you're online, but I was already imagining me and Tobias playing the commission. I was getting very happy about this. So we're still happy to have you, but for another time, Tobias. On the topic of Chinese and US policies, this is a potentially very long one, right? Because the list of tools that have been deployed over the past decade, over the past 6 years in particular, has been particularly diverse and imaginative. But just a few things. I'm glad you asked about China and Chinese tools, because at the end of the day, China is the main de-risker in the room. It is the countries that isolated its economy the most from the rest of the global economy in terms of investment, in terms of tech, in terms of critical inputs. And so it's important that we remind everyone here in the room that that's been happening for a while. And of course, the US is following in the footstep and doing its own brand of de-risking and competition. But it started, or at least it has roots in China as well. Among the tools that China has used, you've got intentional tools and compete tools like the incredibly well-funded Made in China 2025 program that really has put on the table both, of course, regulatory measures, but also funds to make sure that Chinese companies were able to compete both at home, but also incredibly abroad. You've also had de-risking policies on steroids. Remember, the CCP and the Chinese regime as a whole is a highly paranoid regime. And so de-risking is almost natural in this environment. And you've had a series of often informal, but sometimes formal as well, guidelines and directives to companies and to policymakers to try and make sure that inputs that they use wouldn't be too reliant on the outside world, that they were moving more and more to local sourcing and things like this. And so quite a lot happening there. And then just to remind everyone that China has something that's very special about itself, that it has an ecosystem and an economic system that is very geared toward compete and de-risk policies that would put Chinese companies first and foremost and Chinese inputs but first and foremost. And that includes an oversized and highly state-controlled financial system. That includes subpar standards on the environmental IP, especially competition front, that is discriminatory at the end of the day to foreign companies or foreign inputs and can be favorable to local ones in a very, very important way. And then a more broadly politicized economic ecosystem that has in and of itself and within itself strong tendencies for local preference. And that, of course, contributes to competition and making Chinese companies more competitive, but also increases the level of de-risking, because if you favor Chinese inputs, then naturally you don't depend on the rest of the world as much. So very important to have that in mind. Just one more thing on China. As China's economy weakens and its economic growth slows, we're going to have less resources available for compete, but we're going to have more of an urgency to de-risk, especially in the context of US-China competition. So in thinking about the future, the mix of tools changes a bit, more towards de-risking and more towards the regulatory rather than financial tools. Now to the US, and the US has its own incredibly long list of policies that they've put in place over the past, especially 6, 7, 8 years of US administrations. It's not worth going through all of them. To be honest, we've tried putting together tables and they go over 4 or 5 pages in appendixes, right? It doesn't make sense to try and count them all. But 2 main strands of tools: the old tools on steroids and the new tools. The old tools on steroids include de-risking tools like export controls and investment screening, which have been ramped up in an extremely, extremely strong way under both the Trump and the Biden administration. There's not been so much discrepancies and so much discontinuities between Trump and Biden when it comes to China, to be honest. I mean, in the strategic way, very little. In the tactical way, yes, to some extent. There are some behaviors, sometimes of language, that weren't used by the Biden administration. That's a good thing. But at the end of the day, the direction has been pretty much the same. And so all tools on steroids ramped up and increased both under Biden and Trump. Tariffs on steroids, both during, of course, the first Trump administration with the first trade war, but kept in place and increased during the Biden administration. Biden also used tariff. And I'm speaking about those, of course, because they have as one of their objectives to rebalance the relationship, but also because they're a de-risking tool. The point is to say, I'm going to create a market within the US that is a market where the prices of inputs, where the prices of goods are high enough, because I'm going to cancel out Chinese competition, that my companies are going to have the space to become their stronger self again, right? Tariffs is a de-risking tool as well, and it's going to become more and more one. And then, of course, the use of export controls, but especially lists that you put Chinese companies on. Sanctions a little bit less than export control. That might change in the future. We'll get to that. New tools, of course, and up front and center, new restriction on outbound investment, which is a completely new concept, of course, to say, I'm going to restrict outward investment, US investment into China and into rival countries. The combination of what's an old tool, which is industrial policy, but very, very strong industrial policy program coupled with conditions. You will only get that dollar if you do something I want you to do, which is de-risk from China. And that is the case of the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the green industrial policy program under Biden. And that is the case of the CHIPS Act with the guardrails that were attached to them that said, if you take CHIPS money, you cannot increase your dependency on China as a manufacturing hub. Very, very powerful tool. And then finally, the more drastic decoupling tools, like, and this is going to get a little bit technical, but the ICTS investigation, this is pretty much saying for certain national security reasons, we're just going to have an import ban altogether. Effect on Europe?
Just maybe to clarify, ICTS is information and communication technology supply chain.
And so that's a Commerce Department tool. Yeah, that's a good addition. But pretty much what it says is if certain technologies, Chinese technologies, are incorporated into, in this case, connected vehicles, I'm going to ban the import of those vehicles, or I'm going to ban, in general, the import of vehicles that have those technologies in them or those hardware, software components in them. Very important rule, because it's deeply, deeply decoupling in nature. The effects on Europe, three main effects, really. You have the direct effect. Some of the US, Chinese a little bit less low, but some of the US tools are by nature extraterritorial, though. So they've been imposed on us de facto because the US can. And that's just happened in the field of export controls. FDI screening, to some extent, there's a little bit of long arm that you can actually do. And then financial investment restrictions, ICTS, all of that has an effect on us because of some of the nature of that tool. Indirect effect, because what the US does or what China does will affect global trade and investment flows, right? An industrial policy program like the IRA in the US is going to reconduct FDI and investment into the US rather than Europe. Same to some extent with China. And so that kind of reshapes the geography of trade and investment at the end of the day. And the tertiary effect, which is a very important effect, is to take Europe away and take the world away from a rules-based international order. Because the WTO at the moment is in very dire strait. And both China and the US are very comfortable playing around and at the margin of some of our international institutions. So something to have in mind. US-EU convergence, there is a lot of convergence on the assessment of what is problematic with the Chinese regime and the Chinese economic policy mix and China's strategic ambitions. In terms of realization, it's actually quite different. And we're, I wouldn't say behind, but we're not following in the footsteps of the US nearly as much as they would like us to. I would say, you know, we have an unwillingness to break away from international rules and the WTO in particular, which means that there are some things that the US does we're never going to be, or at least in the current environment, we're never going to be able to do, never going to want to do. There's a lack in Europe of an integrated approach. We've siloed all of our China concern, resilience, national security, economic fairness. And the US has now a completely integrated approach, national security as a whole. And then finally, just as a few examples, I think actually on some of the trade tools and some of the economic tools, we've gone very far. I would argue even as far as the US, if not further than the US has gone. And then on certain aspects of national security and national security tools, we're very much far behind. So let me pause here. It's a lot, but thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you very much for reminding us that China is the main de-risker in the room and presenting all this old and new tools on steroid that were indeed, I agree with you, in continuity between the Trump and the Biden administration. Your last part is the perfect bridge to the question I wanted to ask to you, Peter, regarding the Commission's approach on technology and security, and how would you say it has changed in recent years in the face of the three types of effects that have been just described, and also what have been the measures implemented on the protect side from the Commission?
Thanks very much, and really happy to join this panel. Maybe I start with a few elements of the overall context, and then I'll kind of develop into the policy response and indeed the protect tools that we've been developing. I mean, the first thing is probably that looking back at this period, people are going to be saying that this was a real turning point moment for globalization and for Europe. Geopolitics is really back. It's very interesting that the last comment there by Agatha in terms of national security and the unifying effect in the US of the concept of national security. It's a, dare I say it, a trump card that people can play and which covers almost any type of action, and Europe certainly isn't in the same place. This arrival of geopolitics is, is part of a bigger set of challenges, the challenges to multilateralism, and just touched there a moment ago on the WTO. The reality that over the next few years, it's going to be much more about power-based, zero-sum type of politics. I was at an event last week. Someone very cleverly suggested that Europe's success over the last 2 or 3 decades had been to depoliticize economics and really take a lot of the kind of hard foreign policy security dimension out of many of the economic choices that Europe was trying to make at the time. But politics is certainly back with a vengeance. The second point is also in terms of the overall evolution is that whilst Europe in the past has been very much driven by the idea of building interdependence, both inside the single market, but also outside in terms of our trade relationships, the shift now is focusing much more on the weaponization of dependence, and there with very significant implications for business, supply chains, etc. And that simply reflects what's happening as well in the US, what's happening in China also. A third thing is indeed that we remain very much committed to acting multilaterally wherever possible, but we certainly recognize the challenges that are there in terms of the World Trade Organization, the multilateral trading system as a potential framework. But there are lots of other settings where we remain very active, be it the G7, G20, etc. And sometimes it's going to be much more about acting in a plurilateral way with like-minded countries. We've seen part of that as well in terms of the coalition that we've built around the response to Ukraine. And then the fourth point is probably precisely that over the last 5 years, we've had an ability as an EU, something that we do well when faced with crises, to act with a united purpose and actually to deliver. We've seen it through COVID, we've seen it through the economic response coming after COVID, the mobilization of vast amounts of money. Maybe that's hopeful also in terms of responding to the challenges that the Draghi report identifies, but equally in the response to Ukraine as well. All of this bringing, security and looking at everything through a security lens much more sharply into focus than any of the previous commissions that I've worked through. In terms of the policy response, that has been something over the last 5 years. It's developed through a number of strands, focusing on new industry policy, net zero technologies, things like the CHIPS Act legislation, the critical raw materials. We've identified different areas. We've started last year to draw them together into the economic security strategy. First time that we've set out the strategy in such a clear way. As you know, it's built around these 3 different elements: a promote strand, a protect strand, and a partnering strand. The promoting is really actions to boost where we can maintain technology leadership. And as Gilles was saying, I think there are still areas where that technology leadership is still possible, and we have a strong contribution to bring to that. It's been done through, in some cases, legislative means, regulatory policy, but also it's reflecting a changing view of the role of the state and the role of funding at an EU level or at a national level. Secondly, there's the protect strand, and this is very much focusing on tools, and we've mentioned some of them: foreign direct investment, export controls, monitoring of outbound investment. I'll say another word about those a little bit later, but we also have to think in terms not only of those direct protect tools, but also of the instruments we have available to try and create a level playing field. And that is a major challenge if you look at China in terms of overcapacity funding there. And then the third strand is partnering, and that's working together on the one hand with like-minded countries to achieve kind of common economic security objectives. On the other hand, to make the most out of the relationships we have around the world in terms of an open trade environment, our role as a global investor, to help us diversify, to help us to become more resilient in terms of what we do. Just to finish on those protect tools, in terms of export controls, I think we have done a lot. We updated our framework for export controls in 2021. We've been gradually rolling that out, but of course it's become increasingly apparent the difficulties that are there for actually using those controls as effectively as we want in a system which depends on a functioning multilateral export control set of arrangements. So if you take dual use technologies, the Wassenaar arrangement, it does a good job, but it's under pressure because it works by unanimity, and in the current geopolitical context, that unanimity is not always possible. And normally what you would do is to take those controls, put them into an EU level list, and you have your level of protection. But increasingly, because that system is not working perfectly, because the US or China are acting more unilaterally on export controls, we need to find other ways to respond to that, and other agile ways to respond to that. FDI screening, we've put in place a system which I think is working well. It's been operating for 3 years. It's dealt with 1,400 cases, but we've reviewed it. We've put a new proposal on the table to try to allow us to focus more on the cases of greater significance, but very much a tool which we keep focused on security and public order concerns, and it hasn't become a tool for industry policy. Then finally, we have outbound investment. There's an active debate which we've launched with a white paper at the start of this year. But that process is not at the same stage as the US. A debate in the US has gone on for something like 5 years, has developed now into firm rules, including prohibition in certain narrow, well-defined areas of technology. We are at the stage of collecting information, trying to work with the member states to get a better picture of what is happening, and then on the basis of that picture, which we hope to develop over the next 12 to 15 months or so, to form clearer and fact-based, evidence-based policy recommendations. So I think I'll stop there. It gives you a quick snapshot of where we are. Is economic security, key in the new commission? Yes, it is. We see it in even the change in the title of our commissioner's role for not just trade commissioner, but trade and economic security. But it's very much one of the main pillars, and we heard it yesterday in the Parliament from the President, in terms of the 3 strands she was presenting her team and presenting her focus: closing the innovation gap, planning for decarbonisation and competitiveness, and reinforcing our economic security. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you very much for reminding us of the trends driving the politicization and, dare I say, securitization of the economics recently, and also offering us a snapshot of the protect, promote, and partner side of the European strategy. The partner side would be the focus of the third panel today. So keep tuned, stay tuned, and stay here. So that's perfect, because I know that, Tobias, you also worked on the Commission strategy, and I'd be very curious to hear your honest assessment of the EU's geoeconomic strategy so far. What would you say were the successes and the limits? Some of them have been mentioned on export controls, for instance, of recent EU actions to de-risk and keep up in the technological sectors.
Thanks, Mathilde. And yeah, if you're not working on this every day, your head might already be spinning from so many instruments and initiatives. And the good news is that analysts like us can make a living of collecting it all and putting it together. But I don't want to do more on the instrument side. I'll try to do a bit on the strategy side. And my main premise for this quick intro is that I hope the economic security strategy as it is right now is not the end of the line. Because my view is it's not really a strategy. It's kind of an action plan, and it's, there's a lot of good things in it, and it's a building stone, but it's not really a strategy. Why do I say that? Because I think it's mostly almost a technocratic exercise. We go and say, well, there's new risks. Let's map all the risks, bottom up. Let's map them all. Let's see where they are. Here is now our toolbox of mitigation instruments, and then we mitigate the risk, and that's it. Move on to the next risk. That's fine. It should be part of the plan, but it doesn't really tell us how we should use our economic power in this day and age. And Peter already mentioned a few of the major changes that are happening. I'll throw in a couple of more that, for me, exemplify why this is not at all about risks only. You have now, with Trump coming back, a clear indication that the American security underwriting of the international economic order that was there for the last 70 years is gone, probably for good. It was not just a blip under Trump 1. It is now really a question mark. You have a Chinese economic system that is potentially fundamentally at odds with what we have subscribed to international economic order and the WTO law in our own economic laws. And you have a reordering of the security order in Europe. No matter the outcome of Russia's war in Ukraine, there will be a massive demand for Europe to rally our economic power to support whatever peace deal will come out of it. That's not a risk, to me anyway. That's a question of order. And I think that's the kind of level we need to think a little bit of what kind of order do we want to see, whether it's in our neighborhood or whether it's with the US and China. It's a difficult conversation. I wouldn't expect this coming from the Commission, but from the member states at least. So for me, there's a couple of questions how to approach this. What kind of goal does our economic power have? Risk prevention is the first. That's kind of the lowest common denominator. We just want to use our economic tools, our economic power to prevent risks. All right. More ambitious would be to be an active player, to use our economic power to be acting offensively. Sovereignty, perhaps, or to have a certain leverage, to have positions of strength where others are dependent on us, so we can use that offensively. That's already more ambitious than de-risking. Another level of ambition would be what we are all would perhaps be deterrence. We need to use economic power to deter others from doing something. That's even more ambitious use of economic power that we might have to think quite a lot of in the context of Ukraine. The highest level, and I'm sure there are more levels, but is containment. We might want to use our economic power to contain the rise of China. Few in Europe want this, but if we don't have this conversation, we will be subject to what others make us do. And I think, to me, the next level of this conversation has to be at this strategic level. What is it really that we want to use our economic power for? All right, so this is for me sort of the strategy level. There's a chance now perhaps to do this. There's a review perhaps of the economic security, not a review. There's an update with the economic security doctrine that the Commission has proposed. That might be a chance to highlight a little bit more how that could work. But I don't just want to talk about this big picture thing and have no concrete things to say. So I'll also say two more items on what I think could be more concrete actions that we could take forward, and some of the limits that the current economic security working methods have. The first one is clearly the governance structure of economic security. It's very easy to talk all day about the difficult competence questions between Commission and member states, but there are actions that can be taken without having to always go to this competence question. The European Commission has a new structure. Yes, it has now a Trade and Economic Security Commissioner, but that doesn't sound very ambitious to me. Why is there not a unification of parts of DG Trade, DG Grow, and DG Connect? All of them work on different parts of economic security. Some map the supply chains, some map the technologies, and some do the foreign economic policy part. We don't have it. I doubt we will get it under this commission, or maybe it's still on the cards, I'm not sure. But these kind of more ambitious governance questions have to come forward. In the council, the same thing. The council has siloed working groups. There is no horizontal conversation between the member states in Brussels on economic security issues. Why can't we have a jumbo council where the trade, the competitiveness, the industrial policy, the foreign affairs people come together and discuss the economic demands for the new security order in Ukraine? These kind of concerns. And the last element on the governance is working with the private sector. From our conversation with the private sector, everyone understands that this is important, but what the narrative really is, what government's trying to achieve with economic security is totally not clear. Many companies think that economic security is a competitiveness agenda for them. So they're asking, well, how am I going to be a better company from this? But then is it really? There's really not a clear narrative for companies. And having a much more structural conversation between the public and the private is also pretty low-hanging fruit, I think, that not only the Commission, but really the member states need to do more structurally. Final point, what could be done better is if we are doing the de-risking and risk analysis, then the risk assessments that we're doing, that the Commission is doing, that some of the member states are doing, need to become better. There needs to be much more resources spent to really understand the supply chains, who is positioned where are my companies, where are they positioned, what strengths do they have, what kind of policies from China or the US could affect that position. It's not rocket science, I think. A lot of that data is actually available, but you require a little bit of money to bring it all to one place and do these kind of analysis with the private sector, with experts from industry, with experts on China, with experts from geopolitics, to bring it all together and do constant assessment of important industries and important supply chains. I feel it's also pretty low-hanging fruit that just requires a little bit of money in the right place. And yeah, these would be some ideas of how we can take it forward more practically, but we still should have the strategy question.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for pushing us into the part of the discussion where we're going to discuss the more forward-looking agenda by suggesting, from what I understood, two main points. The first one being on the governance of economic security that should be improved, and also the second one on how to improve risk assessment within the EU. Before maybe letting Peter answer some of your suggestions and launching the debate on what should Europe do better, and before also opening the floor up to question, that's my hint for you to prepare yourself if you have any questions, and also for people joining us online to drop your questions in the chat if you'd like. So before doing that, I would like to ask Agatha maybe to brief us a little bit on what we can expect from the Trump 2.0 administration on China specifically, and also what we can expect as a response from China. And maybe help us understand what signals we should monitor to anticipate shifts in the US-China relationships in the next year.
Thank you. Thank you for asking me a very simple question, because it's going to be very easy for me to tell you exactly what Trump is up against and for. So we've obviously been asked this question since Trump's election, right? And clients and contacts come to us and say, what's going to happen? I think it's important at this juncture to be very clear about what we know, be very clear about what we don't know, and very clear about what we think we know. And I think this is one way to go forward. What we know is that US-China competition is here to stay, that it is structural, and that it is driven by 4 core trends and forces. The first one is, and I'm speaking from the part of the US here because we're thinking about what Trump is up to once again, but 4 four core forces. The first one is trade rebalancing. The US is absolutely intent to rebalance its trade relationship with China and bringing on a more level footing, right? It is very, very worried about Chinese economic practices and policies, and it wants to bring back a little bit of fairness and a little bit of kind of headedness in that relationship. The second core force is an impulse to de-risk on the part of the US, right? Decouple maybe, but first and foremost de-risk. Not be dependent on China for critical raw materials, not be dependent on China for APIs, which go into pharmaceutical products, not be dependent on China for a whole lot of other things that China does and makes at the moment and has a dominant global position in, right? This is something that they want to try and solve. And that would have been the case under Harris, that will be the case under Trump still and again. Tech competition or tech containment, depends on how you want to define it, probably containment at this stage, but making sure that the US comes ahead in the competition between the US and China on tech, right? Especially AI, especially semiconductor, especially quantum, probably biotech, probably aviation, probably a whole lot of things, but just making sure that the US keeps its economic, but especially its tech and technological lead, and that while doing so, China is kept at a reasonable and satisfactory distance behind, right? And that would have been, once again, the case under any of the two administrations. And finally, strategic rivalry. We're speaking about two superpowers that are overlapping in certain areas of the world, South China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, and necessarily the irritant list is a long one, right? And that is going to remain, and that is something that's just structurally there. So that's what we know. What's very unclear at this stage is what kind of policy mix this creates in a Trump 2.0 context, right? And I think what's making it very difficult here to understand is the fact that there's not one camp and one ideology in Trump's kind of entourage, right? There are probably at least three camps on China that I like to think about and try and make sense of. The first one is the tariff camp. It's the Lighthizer of the world. Jamieson Greer is pretty much Lighthizer's brainchild, has just been appointed as the new US trade representative, which was the position that Lighthizer had in the first Trump administration. Those guys want to put tariffs on pretty much everything they see and that trades into the US, especially when it comes from China, but also when it comes from pretty much everywhere around the world. And their, I'm going to exaggerate here, but their point and their objective is to get the US back to the 1960s. We were speaking about the Trente Glorieuses earlier, right? But that good old America where everyone had a manufacturing job at the auto factory next door. People could afford white goods and a washing machine. That was fantastic, right? It was a good time. And it was a time when the trade was not so imbalanced and there was manufacturing in the US. The tariff camp, right? The Lighthizer camp. And those people want to have tariffs to profoundly and deeply reshape global supply chains. They want manufacturing out of China, and they want manufacturing out of China into the US. They don't want manufacturing out of China into Europe. They don't want manufacturing out of China into Vietnam and Mexico. They want it back, right? So that's one thing that they're going to push really, really hard. They have some of the key positions that they need to be pushing this really, really hard. The second camp is the China hawks camp. It's the Rubios of the world. It's the state secretary. It's the Waltz of the world, national security advisor. It's the Alex Wong of the world. That's the guy within the National Security Council that will be in charge of China issues. Those guys want to contain China. They have a very, very deep, very profound China agenda that entails making sure China doesn't grow too fast, doesn't become a technological power, doesn't take Taiwan. They're very, very focused on a pivot of the strategic resources of the US government towards Asia, not so much in Europe. This is why they're advocating for getting the Ukraine war and the Middle Eastern war to a halt so that they can refocus on China, which is their absolute main concern, right? And those guys overlap a little bit with the tariff guys, but they're very, very security concerned, much more than the economic concern of the tariff camp. And they will have a mix of policy that changes. They're much more willing to speak to the Europeans, for example, and say, okay, maybe I don't put tariffs on Europe if you do something for me, because we need to together contain China. We need to together do something that makes sure that China doesn't become the global superpower. And then finally, the transactional camps, which is Bessent, Lutnick, and Musk, so Treasury, commerce, and Elon Musk, who everyone knows here, of course. And those are very transactional. They want financial markets to do well. They want great US tech companies to do well. They still want a little bit of an access to the China market, to be honest. And so they're very transactional in their approach. So, depending on who is sitting next to Trump, the day that things happen, depending on who's he's spoken to that morning and made the best argument, you might see a mix of policy that's actually quite different. And this is what's going to be really hard, is to understand the balance here. And what do we know? And we think we know there will be tariffs. Expect tariffs, and there will be big tariffs on China, more so than on us probably. And there will be more tech controls. There will be much more hindrances to tech flowing from the US to China, and with extraterritorial reach, probably tech flowing from Europe to China. That is something to expect. Chinese reactions, I mean, first and foremost, and things we do know, is that if Trump follows through on his promise to put tariffs on China, maybe 60% on day one, maybe not. Maybe 60% within 4 years, maybe 20% on day one, and then ramped up slowly over time. Maybe 60% on socks and underwear and 10% on pharmaceutical goods, because we need them so much, right? And China is so dominant there. But nevertheless, tariffs happen. If the US puts tariffs on China, we're going to see the renminbi depreciation, right? China is going to say, just going to let the renminbi depreciate for a little while, and that will cancel out at least part of the tariff shock, right? Then what they're going to do is they're going to say, okay, let's front load exports as much as we can. So in the next couple of months, we're going to see Chinese exporters send billions out to the US directly, but also to countries where they can park exports and goods so that they can be reshipped when the tariffs are out. Some illegal transshipment. At this stage, if every single product coming from China is targeted by tariffs, the Chinese manufacturers are going to say, well, I'll take my chance, right? Come get me. I will try and transship. I'm going to go to a port that I know, maybe a Chinese-owned port. I'm going to move my goods. I'm going to re-label them something else. I'm going to send them to the US and pretend that they come from Mexico or that they come from Vietnam. And finally, reach out to US partners. We're already hearing that Europe has gotten a few phone calls to say, let's work together again. We don't dislike each other that much at the end of the day. What we don't know is whether or not China will go very, very hard on retaliation against the US. And I think this will be my last word. This will depend on whether or not Beijing thinks that the US wants to do another deal. In the first Trump administration, there was a phase 1 deal, trade deal between the US and China. And so there was a transactionality in the imposition of tariff. But if we're in a world where either the China hawks or the tariff guys are in power, there's no deal to be had. They want to contain China, and they want manufacturing to come back. And if either of those are getting the upper hand in the conversation, and China thinks that there's not even a deal to be had, right? The tariffs are going to be there, and what the US is about is containment and bringing manufacturing back outside of China at a time when China is not doing so well. China might retaliate really hard, right? And retaliation means tit-for-tat tariffs. It means withholding of critical raw materials. It means making US companies' life in China horrible. There's a lot of things China can do. But that's pretty much what we can expect that is at this stage. And there's a lot we don't know, as you might all well already know.
Thank you so much for clarifying what we do know and what we don't know. I fully agree. We mentioned it earlier. There was a continuity between the Trump and the Biden administration, so we could expect a lot of common points between a potential Harris administration or a potential Trump administration. But one of the big differences was maybe that Trump has a sort of the fantasy of a great bargain and is willing to be much more transactional, depending on indeed the configuration of power between the tariff people, the China hawks, and the transactional guys within his own administration. So that's an intense picture for Europe in the next few years. We started to discuss this earlier, but maybe Peter, briefly, you could explain to us a little bit more in the face of the tendency that we've described, what will be the priorities of the new Commission, and what, in your opinion, can be the main policy tools that will be either deployed or intensified in the next years, and can or should the old continent move towards Europeanizing some of these tools, or at least moving towards more coherence between the member states in the various tools that you described?
I think as we look forward to the next Commission, I mean, the starting point, and it goes a bit to the point that Tobias was making, is really trying to identify precisely where we want to go as a Commission in the area of economic security, and how wide that strategy is meant to play out. I think our aim through economic security is trying to maintain our capacity for independent action, making sure that we create the environment in which businesses are able to do what they do best in terms of innovating, in terms of trade, in terms of growth. But recognizing that it's going to be an incredibly complex landscape in which to operate. I think the success of this incoming Commission is going to be defined also by the big relationships with China, with the US, how those resolve, and the extent to which we've got the ability and the political willingness to respond to the sort of challenges that are there. There are elements that Tobias touched on in terms of governance, where I think we will see with the new Commission a new opportunity, if you like, to continue what is an evolutive process. Quite right, in a sense, the economic security strategy set out a year and a half ago was a kind of ex post pulling together of a range of different strands of policy. But it's something which evolves. It's something which will develop. It will develop very strongly on the basis of the assessment and understanding of the risks which are actually there. And I certainly agree with the suggestions that we need to understand much better the challenges and put the resource into that. At the same time, we need to create incentives which can help make the choices in favor of more resilience and more diversification of business activities. At the moment, it often won't make sense for different industry sectors to source raw materials outside China or outside other countries which are riskier, or to concentrate in one particular area. We have to think of shifting from a business model based purely on efficiency to one which takes resilience into account and does that in a serious way. At the same time, in terms of responding, we have a number of tools which are there and which we have been developing. We've got tools which help us on the level playing field dimension, such as the trade defense instruments, and we've been using those obviously recently in the context of battery electric vehicles. We have the foreign subsidies regulation. We have other instruments focused on market access and the implementation enforcement mechanisms that we have within international agreements. We have the tool which allows us potentially to call out unreasonable or unlawful behavior in terms of tackling economic coercion and pressure that is going to be put on different countries or the union itself at different stages in response to some of the things we may try to do on economic security. And of course, we've got, and we touched earlier on those, export controls, foreign direct investment, and other tools which we are developing. Very important, as I say, in doing that, that we develop responses which are based on real identifiable problems, and that it's not just a policy choice, but it's a fact-based policy choice. That also touches on a different aspect of competence, which is actually having the skill set in Brussels and amongst member states and the people taking the decisions to be able to analyze, understand, and do the kind of situational analysis that is not necessarily the natural forte within the Commission, and which also highlights the lack that we have of any kind of strong developed intelligence capacity at a European level. And that's a gap. On the other hand, it's a gap which links as well to the member states, because the member states can do that, and they do that. They just have to be more comfortable in sharing some of what they're finding at a European level. And then as a final point linked a bit to the instruments, it's firstly that we need to set out how the different instruments we have will work together and how they don't and shouldn't cut across each other. That is very much the idea behind the economic security doctrine. It's a doctrine of use of different tools that we have available. And secondly, we need to inject a bit more Europe into some of the tools that we have. If you look at the Protect, that's what we're trying to do with the revision of the screening of foreign direct investment, have a clearer common core of things which are looked at, risks which are assessed at a national level, same sorts of transactions in the same sorts of sectors. But equally in areas like export controls, in a way, it is surprising that in an area which is all about regulating trade in certain technologies, that it is too often just seen through a national security optic without recognizing that there is also European security at play. And in a single market, when things can easily move from one member state where a particular technology may be controlled to another member state where it may not yet be controlled and then exported out to a third country, that patchwork doesn't make us more secure. So that is also an important part of the debate, I think, that we will have ahead of us. Normalizing, as you put in your question, Europeanizing, not to take over responsibility from member states, but at least to exist in parallel and to work together and reinforce what member states can do. Thanks.
I think some of the representatives of French authorities are jumping on their seats in the room, but thank you so much. Thank you also for your candid response to some of Tobias' suggestions. Tobias, since you already mentioned some of the room for improvement and maybe specific points that could be improved for the EU, I'd like to ask for your opinion on another topic that we haven't really delved on right now. What do you think we can expect from the transatlantic relationship on tech, economic security, and China in the Trump 2 administration? Is there room for cooperation? Some of the tools that the EU has developed are sort of going in the same direction. At the same time, there's some reluctance. What's your view on the room for cooperation or resistance?
I think Agatha said it already all very concisely and perfectly, I have to say. It's very hard. It will be very hard for Europe to read what the ultimate goal is of the Trump White House, the three categories of people you mentioned, or just simply is tariffs a means to something, or is tariffs actually the end? And it will depend on who you talk to, and that's going to be extremely, extremely challenging, I think, to read. And so in Brussels, there's a lot of conversations of how Europe handled Trump in 2018, brilliantly, I have to say, where Europe developed to the trade measures at the time, retaliation, quite a huge stick in its hand, up to 35 billion euros retaliation if Trump would have put tariffs on European cars. That was a big stick. And then President Juncker went to Washington and did a brilliant job of saying we would buy soybeans and LNG from Trump, and it worked. And whether that playbook from 2018 can be repeated, I think is very much in question, because there's so much more pressure from the China hawks and these other ones that this kind of transactionalism that Trump won, at least in 2018, dominated is probably gone. And it was already gone in the later Trump years, I think. This was early Trump. Already in 2019, 2020, the Trump 1 administration became much more focused on the security bits on China. So it will be very hard, and I don't really have the solution other than we have to have a kind of a common analysis of that there are these different camps, and that we should not sort of jump the gun on believing it's all about the tariffs, when in reality we have to think maybe about a China deal or security deal. It's sort of my high-level take on this. And two other elements I think would be coming into the economic security conversation transatlantically, that we're out of it more or less in the last 4 years. First one, perhaps energy, particularly energy-intensive energy. There's a huge Republican camp, including Trump, who believe in heavy industry and energy-intensive industries, bringing that back to America, giving all sorts of tax incentives. Energy dominance is sort of the buzzword in Washington, whatever that exactly means. But if it's fleshed out, I think there could be huge pressure already on Europe's energy-intensive industry that is already under huge pressure to potentially move to the United States. It could be a huge flashpoint, I think, for us. The second element is digital. I think there was intellectual alignment with Biden administration that digital needs to be regulated somehow, even though the exact policy maybe we didn't agree fully, but intellectually we agreed largely. That might change completely. Don't have to tell you about Musk, but also others, where the US might be willing to go much more aggressively against what they perceive as digital protectionism from Europe, the Digital Markets Act, Digital Services Act, digital taxes in France and elsewhere that were already a flashpoint under the first administration. That could be another huge flashpoint that could really complicate things. But at the end of the day, yes, there will be a huge trading off between trade issues, tariff issues, and making an offer. I believe, for what it's worth, that the Commission is probably ready to make a forward-leaning offer on economic security and China to Trump, I would imagine. Some sort of package around a particular industry that we would write down some sort of joint statement of doing much more on protect, promote, on I don't know, semiconductors perhaps. I would imagine the Commission would be ready. I'm not sure if the member states are and if everyone shares this analysis. Yes, some offer will be forthcoming, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A lot of food for thought and topics to be following starting in January. I think I've used up all my times for questions, so let me just turn to the audience and let you ask question if you'd like. You can ask them in English or in French if you'd like to test my translating skills. You can also ask them in the Zoom chat. I'll just kindly ask you to introduce yourself first if you can, and to please keep it brief so that we can ask as many questions as possible. I think that John has a question maybe to start. We'll take 2 or 3 questions to start.
Yes, thank you. John Seaman from Ifri, Center for Asian Studies. Thank you for these very interesting remarks. I'm going to jump on something that Agatha was talking about in terms of old and new instruments and how those have changed from Trump 1's time to Trump 2's time in terms of things like ICTS, FDPR, the sorts of very surgical types of export controls and tools and leverage that the US can now apply and that perhaps Trump 1 didn't even really have in mind, but is perhaps very willing to use. And that brings me really to the question about what Europe's willingness to respond to American economic coercion might be. And perhaps ask for some details on this thing called the anti-coercion instrument, which from what I understand was sort of originated under concerns about the US and US extraterritoriality. This is now, from what I understand, an operational tool. But how exactly do you operationalize that? What can you do with it? And just how big of a weapon is that to pull out? Thank you.
Thanks, John, for asking the geeky questions. I think we had a question in the front.
Thank you. Jacques Marie-Lation, former MP, and I'm not teaching international relationship. Agatha, you mentioned the tariffs war between US and China that is next winter is coming on this side. But if we look at the past, in 2017, after his first election, DT 1.0 initiated already a tariffs war. And what is the outcome of this war? If I look at the numbers, I'm not sure it was benefitable for US. And if I look at the numbers, the trade deficit was increased. So why should the US initiate a new tariffs war if the first one was not so positive?
Thank you. And maybe if we have one last question, otherwise, yes, we have one in the.
Hello, Estelle Prinam from the Semiconductor Observatory. I'm going to have a question about the semiconductor and the Chips and Science Act in the United States and the policy of the new administration. Donald Trump, as a candidate, said that the money given to TSMC was too huge and that he wanted to cut the subsidies given to TSMC. Do you think it's a possibility? And maybe the question is for Agatha Kratz. What do we know up to now about the changes the Trump administration can do regarding the chips, the US chips policy, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with that. Sorry, a lot of questions for you, Agatha, but maybe if you want to.
The last one and the first one actually conflate, so it's a good point. So what you know in the old and the new tools, but especially in the tools that Trump used to use and the ones that it might use in the future, what changes? So 3 or 4 things. The first one is the fact that Trump, and we know that from Trump 1.0, is very willing to, quote unquote, list single companies. The Biden administration was very intent on having a small yard, a high fence, being careful of the economic cost of some of their measures, being mindful not to impose too much harm on the US economy, US companies, and also mindful not to kind of trigger Chinese reactions too strongly, right? The Huawei listing back in the Trump days, that was a huge kind of act on war, and the Chinese perception there was extremely negative. We know that Trump would be much more willing again, I think, in this new administration and in this new round of his administration, to target single companies. Think Tencent, Alibaba, think BGI in the biotech sector, think those huge tech players. If it is too hard to do a small yard high fence, if it is too hard to have sector-specific, very complex 100 pages of export controls, then why not just go and contain single companies? That's easier, right? And Trump was willing to do so, and we would imagine there's more of that in the future. I think, and this goes to your question about the CHIPS Act. One thing that differentiates the Biden and the Trump administration very drastically was the willingness of Biden to put money and hard money on the table, right? Trump wants to cut taxes, and to cut taxes, you have to cut spending, government spending, right? So there's a complete and kind of utter impossibility here to be doing industrial policy the way that Biden was doing, and to be cutting taxes across the board the way that Trump wants to do. And so what we might see on the chips front is that, in fact, you have a rollback of financing and kind of hard currency given to TSMC and Intel and the others. I would imagine that with Musk at the Department of Government Efficiency, that some of that happens as well, right? I mean, that's the whole point. They've created something just for that. But if that's the case, and you still have to make the hawks happy, and you still have to make the tariff guys happy, and bring back manufacturing and be de-risked from China, then you will have the necessity to use other tools. And those other tools might be very drastic measures, including import bans, to say, for example, we're already making it impossible for people to import cars into the US that have certain Chinese components in them. What about making it impossible for people to import certain telecommunication devices or cell phones or computers that have a Chinese chip in them? And therefore, you de facto kind of make it necessary for one of those or some of those or many of those semiconductor companies to produce elsewhere. And if they're going to produce somewhere, they know that they're probably going to be in a good position, making Trump happy, bringing jobs back to the US, right? So think about kind of just a change in tactics. You get to the same effect, but you just change what you use to get to your objective. So I think that's a big one. And then what's interesting is that the Biden created one particularly loaded weapon, particularly potent tool, and that's been the expansion of export controls to be able to target what you would call, and this gets a little bit technical, but bear with me for a moment. What Biden did was to create export controls that can target technologies that are not directly, and goods that are not directly going into a weapon, but that are 1 or 2 or 3 steps removed from the weapon, right? Sullivan, who was the architect of this under Biden, called it force multiplying technologies. Technologies that at the end of the day, 1, 2, or 3 steps behind allow you to have better weapons. And that's semiconductor, and that's the semiconductor package. This is now possible in the US, and so you can go much broader on export controls, also on technologies that are not directly going into the weapon. And that's something probably that the Trump administration would be willing to use, potentially in biotech and things like this, to make it really hard for China to be its best self in the sector. So that's one thing to mention. And there was another question, and I might just go really quick. Yes. Why, if the last trade war didn't work, then why start a new one? Well, potentially precisely because the last one didn't work, right? If you, follow me for a second, but if you think that 20% wasn't enough, and you think the tariffs are going to solve the problem, and that's your frame of mind for thinking about the future, then you go with 60. And you say, you know what, it didn't work at 20 because companies ate up the cost, China's currency devaluated a little bit, the economies of scale that they achieved over the period meant that the price of certain goods just went down also, and that made up for the 20%. And also, the input makers, the Chinese companies, they decrease their prices at the end of the day. And this is the other reason why they're going to probably go at it again. At the end of the day, inflation didn't go up because of the tariffs. I mean, all of the economic studies that have run said, of course, the inflation in the US grew, but it grew on the back of the Ukraine-Russia war. It grew on the back of incredible stimulus packages that Biden put on the table. It wasn't necessarily, when you looked at the price of the goods that were under tariffs, not necessarily a huge impact, right? And so maybe there's a bit of hubris to say, didn't hurt consumers last time, won't hurt them this time. I think that's completely wrong, but maybe there's a bit of hubris. On the trade deficit, it continued increasing, but not nearly as much as the EU's, not nearly as much as ASEAN's trade deficit with China. And so in a way, you don't have a counterfactual, but it's slightly better than would have been in a business as usual environment without the tariffs. And if your goal is, and this was one of my 4 forces, to de-risk from China, the outcome is actually pretty good, because at this stage, China went down from being about 22, 23% of US imports to now about 14%. Now the US imports more from Mexico, it imports more from Canada than it does from China. First time in 2023 in decades, right? And so at this stage, if you're in the US and you look at it in a kind of percentage rather than a value perspective, you're thinking, well, maybe I did something that wasn't so wrong, right? And maybe I need to push this and fast forward this, because it took me 8 years to get there. And I want in 4 years for everything to have changed much more drastically. So yeah.
Thanks. Just 2 quick points, if I may, before giving the floor to Peter on the anti-coercion instrument, if you'd like. I fully agree with you on the US tools. I think that the Biden administration introduced the sector-based approach, which is very hard. You have to make sure you're only targeting the technologies that you want, because they realized that the list-based approach was not enough, because each time you listed Chinese company on your list, it just changed its name, changed its place in the supply chain, changed its status, etc. So they felt that it was sort of a whack-a-mole game, tap-toop, where each time you're trying to hit a company and then it just changed and reappeared elsewhere. And I think that there is a general realization now that this, including among Republicans, that this whack-a-mole game is problematic. So the Trump administration will continue both using the list-based approach and the sector-based approach. And on the Chips and Science Act, absolutely, you're right. I think that there is a fear that the Trump administration could change its position on the existing position on industrial policy, and that's why they're now trying to allocate the money as fast as they can and sort of implement it as fast as they can, for fear that the Trump administration could just take it away. Maybe Peter, if you want to say a few words on the anti-coercion instrument, or Tobias?
Yeah, I'm happy to come in on that. So this is an instrument which we entered into force at the beginning of this year. It's not yet been used, which could be taken as a good sign. What it's designed to do is to give us the possibility to call out and resolve action which is taken by other countries to put pressure on the EU or on member states to change a policy, not to adopt a policy, or to adopt a particular policy, but doing it in a way which is interfering in using economic pressure, economic means. Could be boycotts, it could be making imports or much more difficult, which have put pressure on the countries concerned to try and change their behavior. How does it operate? Well, the Commission would, having spotted such behavior or picking up complaints about behavior coming in from business or from member states, would propose to the Council to call out this behavior. It's a Council decision, so that's a relatively high threshold for them actually to turn around and say, we're calling out China or we're calling out the US, for example, on action that they're taking. Once that is done, however, it then starts a process by which we actually reach out, engage, talk to the country, try to resolve the problem in question. If that doesn't succeed, we have the possibility then to take trade measures. Could be in the form of tariffs, it could be in reform of restricting access to public procurement in Europe, it could be impacting licensing of IP or stuff. So there are a number of ways in which we can respond. And the idea, of course, that response is to put a cost on the bad behavior and to try and induce compliance or change the behavior. As I say, it's not been used so far in a way, it's a big instrument, and we hope that it acts as a deterrent. And certainly the first time we use the instrument, we have to be relatively comfortable, relatively sure that member states are going to back us in proposing to call out the behavior in question. So I think it will be fairly egregious, fairly serious. As someone suggested, the origins of the instrument, of course, were at the time of the Trump 1 administration, with concerns over potential tariffs on the car sector and potential responses on the digital services taxation, which was emerging in Europe. And that triggered things. In the meantime, the focus on the possible use of the instrument has maybe shifted, but it's there and it reinforces a bit our ability to react to trade bullies. Thanks.
Thank you. Tobias?
Maybe I'll also follow in Agata's footsteps again, also on some of these instruments in the US, but I wanted to add some elements to it, because I think that one of the main shifts that's quite likely that's already happened now is under the Biden administration, you had laws that incentivize you to cut out China out of your supply chains. The Inflation Reduction Act basically says, cut out Chinese raw materials and you get money. The CHIPS Act basically said, you get money, but you're not allowed to invest in China and certain capabilities. But it's basically, you don't have to take the money, but that's very costly. And you cannot just turn this around and say, it's not incentive, you just don't get market access as you have China in your supply chain. And this ICT law that Agata was speaking about, it's a Trump law. It was a Trump administration that invented it at the end of the Trump 1 administration. It's an extremely powerful law, as Agata already described, to really target entire supply chains that have any sort of Chinese content in it, if you would like to. There's also another law that is a lot of the conversations probably that you also heard, the Uyghur Forced Labor Act, which is a very specific law about products in Xinjiang that might be done with forced labor, and they're not allowed to enter the US market. But what's powerful about it is that it turns around the burden of proof. So any company who exports or imports in the United States has to prove that it doesn't have products, that its products are not made with forced labor. That's powerful, because otherwise usually it's the other way around. The government has to prove that you've done something wrong. And so there's a lot of conversations in the US that that's a powerful law. You could say, well, why don't we ask importers of laptops that they must prove that Chinese chips are not in these laptops? It's an insane, perhaps, idea. It might not work, but the idea set of using these supply chain laws and regulating what comes into the American markets are very, very alive. And I think there's a lot of focus will be on that, because they are really the de-risking tools. The tariffs, usually, they do a lot of trade diversion, but these laws really have a quite more powerful impact. And maybe one more element on the ACI. Yeah, I think the political reality has really changed fundamentally of why we might not use this instrument in the US context. And that's, I think, Ukraine. Come January, I think if there's any sort of potential peace deal that Trump might broker around trying to broker, I think capitals will have priority of keeping some sort of American security support in whatever way for Ukraine, which might not be forthcoming, but I think there will be a lot of effort on it. And I don't see how we can then separate this priority of keeping some form of American security support for the European security order, while another part of Europe goes around and says, America, you're coercing, we are targeting you. I don't think the Trump administration would say, oh, these are two different issues. I feel like they will be linked, and that makes it very hard for us to do something on trade while pretending that this is a very different issue than the security order of Europe. Maybe I'm wrong, but it would be very easy to link for the Americans and very hard for us to keep separated. So I'm not optimistic that that's a really useful instrument in this context as we have. But yeah, perhaps I'm wrong.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting this point. Absolutely. We have time for one short round of question, maybe on the front and on the back. And unfortunately, I think it's going to be it.
Thank you. I'm Alban Kwakam. Permit me to come back on the question regarding Donald Trump 1.0 tariffs. Isn't it necessary to take into account the difference of context? In 2016 or 2017, let's say, at that time, China still was focused on producing to export, with not developing the domestic consumption. And there wasn't a development of certain technologies, notably like the automotive or the car sector. But now there's a difference with the cost competitiveness on electric cars and the development of factories in Mexico. Isn't there certain element to take into account that justify the fact that Trump is taking the tariffs more higher?
Just so that I'm sure that I understand. So are you saying that it was more justified in 2016 and this time because China's consumption is, the mix in China's consumption and export priorities have changed, that it would be less justified this time? Is that what you're saying?
No, the opposite.
Okay.
The opposite. At that time, we did not have electric cars.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For example,
they had less competitiveness across a pure range of products.
They have more goods that they can sell.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good question.
We'll take one last question in the back, and the person raising his hand, hopefully.
Thank you very much. Tim Ellemann, I'm a PhD researcher at the European University Institute. In terms of the partner pillar of the European economic security strategy, we see more and more cooperation happening, of course, outside the multilateral area. So, for instance, in a G7 leader statement, 2023 being economic security and resilience at its core, or more bilaterally with the Trade and Technology Councils of the EU, with the US and India. In our ideal vision, how would this cooperation look like, and who would sit at the table?
Oh, wonderful, and that's the perfect bridge for the rest of the the afternoon too. Maybe Peter, if you want to take the last question that Tim asked.
I think that given the overall context and the changing context in which the union and everyone is operating, these sorts of dedicated groups amongst like-minded countries on many aspects of security and economic security are going to become much more common. I think there is it's useful work that's being taken forward, and in the G7 context, the G7 countries are there. The Commission is also at the table, but I think it's not going to be a single model. It's going to be mix and match depending on the interests which are potentially at play, whether they're economic or more or more security oriented. We've seen the AUKUS structures, the Five Eyes group in different structures as well. So I think it's something we're set to continue working with. It's going to be a main feature over the next few years.
Thank you very much. And Agatha, briefly, do you want to come back to?
Yeah, just to say yes to what you just said. In short, there are three things that are different today and that make it slightly more crucial for the US probably to wage a trade war. Although, once again, the policy intent of some of the members of Trump's cabinet might be different from what you're pointing to. But if I'm an economist and I'm worrying about Chinese cheap and competitive goods, this is how I would think about it. Three things. The first one is at the moment of the last trade war, 2017, 2018, when the first tariffs were actually put in place, China's consumption was growing pretty fast, and the proportion of exports in China's GDP was actually coming down, right? We were in a moment where China's economy was slightly rebalancing. And so there was a little bit less of a worry of a disconnect here. Today, China's exports are growing twice as fast as its consumption. And so we're in a situation where, because consumption in China is so weak, a lot of the products that are being produced are actually being exported. This is why we're hearing so much about overcapacity, which is the second reason why. There are so many industries at this moment in China that are overcapacitated, and there's no, once again, domestic demand to eat those up. And so those naturally kind of get thrown onto global markets. And then the third reason, and an important one, is in fact that China is competing more and more head-to-head with the US and Europe. If you take just one data point, China over the past 4 years has increased its global export market share by 2.5 percentage point. That's a lot, huh? The global. This is quite a lot. It seems small. The export market share of Europe and the US and Japan and South Korea has decreased by exactly as much. Not so much emerging markets, not so much developing economies. It is a 1-for-1 decrease in our own ability to export and increase in China's ability to export. We are competing head-to-head, which is very, very concerning, which gets me to just one last point, if you allow me, Mathilde, which is then what happens to Europe when the US raises tariffs and those goods flow to the European Union? And I think we're going to see a lot of trade defense from the part of the European Union and a lot of scramble to try and raise our own trade barriers against Chinese goods coming in. Because if it's not going to the US, it's probably going to Europe in terms of the consumer mix, right? So that's something to be worried about and just aware of. But thank you for your question. It was a very good one.
Thank you very much for sharing all your expertise. We're going to take a 5-minute short coffee break and then come back for a second panel on how Europe can try to mitigate its dependencies on American technologies. But first, let me thank you all three very much.
I do. I'm prepared. Yeah. Again, that's kind of a trap. I mean, as a purpose. As the first panels, like it's very difficult to unpick what entrepreneurs can do. Work the station with that. People. Yeah. So, especially perhaps in your case, focusing on the major great companies. So what could be the relations? Well, yeah. I mean, the president aren't focusing this at all. Their questions are almost around FDI and issues, but yeah, of course, well, and now as if I went the program for continuous, as if okay, on these issues. There's a chat. Yeah. There's a lot going on. Yeah. Do you plan to stay here in Paris for? So on to tomorrow? No, I got so after. I'll tonight. I have 2 young kids, and I tend to take my sister to a birthday party tomorrow. So. No, I mean it's fascinating. The new commission starting on Monday, and just even the pure definition of what tech sovereignty is still. I mean, that's one of the good ones. We need to have a practical discussion about what at a council level, particularly now that Trump was going to be off the table. Okay, one of my points is going to be its opportunity for forward-looking, rights-based, evidence-based, victorious regime that the Commission needs. I will assume it. In terms of all of the what do you think about the capacity of the EU? I'm really optimistic because I think there is such a void in definitions and strategy other than talking points. Yeah. There's that void of providing opportunity, laying out the needs of needs and also possibly I just my concern is my area is Ukraine and it becomes a secondary issue because if NATO fulfills Ukraine sort of would be still that just change everything. But I think with the Poles and then the Danes community there, I mean, I'm more personally more in favour of an approach to sovereignty, but I think there is an opportunity with the Poles and the Danes to do something next year. You're based in Washington? No. I know them. Yeah. Oh, hey! Yes, we are. You're geotag, right? Yeah, I had a call with sorry, excuse me. Yeah, of course. I had a call with Raoul a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I'm new, so.
It's funny because the council is so big that I completely people at
Look at the kid. See the swag.
Yes, I thought this would be better.
Okay, I'm in DC in February, so I want to like load up the swag. Yeah.
Are you based? Yeah.
I'm based in London. I do comparative digital policy, and for very obvious reasons, DC is not part of that conversation. So, and what do you do? What's your focus?
I run a program called AI.
Yeah. Does it fill the majority of countries? Okay, so Raoul give me like a top line view. No, like a very top line view.
Yes. So it's a pretty big program. It's the second cohort. Now we have about 285 program and then we're starting a third edition next year.
Very cool. So do you know my colleague Constantinos? Because they just won that state.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because I honestly, because I don't get ACC, but that is other than like it's a good idea, but because everyone does like overlapping with different things, I never know who knows each other. So good.
The intent with ACTEC was to bring the overlapping to one, that's so we're not competing with each other.
You in DC? You came over for this? You missed Thanksgiving?
Well, my family is really big.
I know.
This is just another opportunity. But aside from that, my core expertise is in recipe relations, which is why I'm doing the panel for this.
How long are you France for? You visit it, or are you going back on the world?
So I write and I leave for professionals.
Pretty good.
Yes, and I really want to do this with Geopolitics doing the workshops next year. This is very dying, but I still managed to put that sort of
What's the workshop next week?
This one, it's for AI Connect. It's in Cape Town.
You're going to Cape Town next week? Fine. Can you just go to here? Go directly to Cape Town?
Well, this happened after
you go back out those carbon emissions.
Yes. Yes, I mean, the flying time of it is because I'm flying
I mean, it's not the time zone. What's the geotech find in Trump? Because DFR Lab's freaking out.
DFR is correct. Because there were litigations against DFR.
Oh, ongoing.
There were during the Trump administration, and there are also ongoing.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So,
Not Trump, but more like private lawsuits.
so there was financial. Geotech is just is a
Yeah. So we're starting again. Glad to meet all of you, the audience, and online. We in the second panel will focus not on navigating with the broader context, which was the focus of the first panel, but with the mitigation issue, and here mitigating the dependencies, the different set of dependencies Europe is facing in this digital and tech realm. So this is a very broad issue in itself. During the next 150 minutes, we will focus on that topic with three different speakers. And here the purpose is to see whether these different dependencies are actually manageable in the way that we've been talking a lot for the past decade about digital sovereignty, technological sovereignty, and autonomy, as it was dealt with in the keynote speech by Gilles and during the first panel. So actually here, there's perhaps one challenge around are we talking about the same issue, about the same thing when we mean autonomy, dependencies, interdependencies, and the way we can assess actually these key dependencies from the European Union. Can we also hierarchize these dependencies? If I remember what Gilles said at the beginning, trying to make a list of the different key dependencies the EU is facing in infrastructure level with data centers, cables, and so on, plus the software and digital services. Do we have the same room for maneuver or not when we are thinking and acting as Europeans here? And another and second challenge when we be talking all three of you during this panel is to see concretely which room for maneuvers actually Europe has, especially from next January, so after Donald Trump's will enter again in the White House. So major challenges here. I guess all of you won't have all the answers, especially for the second round of questions, because the challenges are very high. And here I didn't introduce myself, so I'm John City, and I'm a research associate at the Geopolitics of Technology program here at Ifri, and I should also precise, I'm a policy planner with the French MFA on these topics, and no official view whatsoever from my side when it comes to the questions or comments I might have. So, to talk around me on these topics, so we have on my left Pierre Chastanet. So you're heading the microelectronics and photonics issue unit within the European Commission. You are an expert of this topic for many years, and you're especially now focusing on the semiconductor industry, which is one of the major challenge and policy actually stake the EU has sought to put forward. And you've been dealing for the past years about major actually digital and tech challenges such as privacy related matters or data transfers and cybersecurity, if I'm right, also topics. On my right, I have Sarah Guillou. You're a researcher, an economist within the OFCE, the Sciences Po's in Paris Research Center for Economics. And you're an expert on innovation and competition-related matters, which is your entry point into all these digital-oriented topics. And on my far right, if I might say, sorry, Mark Scott. So you're a researcher as well, and you're currently a resident research fellow within the Atlantic Council, the think tank Atlantic Council, and within the Digital Forensic Research Labs, Democracy, where you focus on many different issues here linked to all these matters, and you've been an observer for a long time about Europe's digital scene and policies. So here are the scene around me, and during the next 20-25 minutes, I would like to ask you a few round of questions before we open a Q&A session, and perhaps turning on my my left, so Pierre, I would love to have first of all your view perhaps on the on this digital sovereignty or technological sovereignty challenged. The EU has been talking about and acting over the past years. What does it mean currently when the EU has been seeking to push forward different sets of legislations when it comes to semiconductors, but also to digital services and market-oriented matters?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and many thanks to the Ifri for the invitation and for this question. It's really at the heart of current political debate in the EU. Maybe to get started on the semantic aspect of your question, I will say that these notions are pretty ill-defined, and this has been a major source of debate within the Commission itself in the first place, but then, of course, with the different member states who are placing different things behind this rather abstract concept of digital sovereignty, strategic autonomy, you name it. Also, there has been a bit of a confusion between these terminologies and what was the initial intention, probably from the Commission, to work on industrial policy on a number of what was seen as strategic technologies for the European Union, but which was not aimed at excluding anyone from this industrial policy development. Maybe a couple caveats in that respect, because immediately when you start discussing about this notion, it's important to differentiate on the sort of countries that you're considering. So certain countries, the degree of partnership that the EU is having with various certain countries differ enormously. You cannot compare the US with China, for instance. We also have different sort of relationship with Japan or with the Republic of Korea. India is also a challenge of its own. Then the second aspect is that you need to differentiate very quickly on the type of technologies that is being considered, because the value chain or the supply chain that are associated with each of these digital technologies is very different. The dependencies are very different, but also the appetite of the EU, but also the capacity of the EU to become more independent on these technologies differ enormously. enormously. Just to give a concrete example of what I mean here, if you take cloud and semiconductor, cloud currently 70 to 80% of the cloud services were offered in the European Union are offered by US players. So US enterprises established on the territory of the European Union and offering their infrastructure and software services from the territory of the European Union. It's very difficult for Europe to rebuild an entire value chain on data processing when there is already very mature services responding to the need of European enterprises. Chips is a bit different because in the semiconductor sector, by nature, the way this industry has developed over the past decade has been very global by nature. So there is a very strong interdependency at global level from the very beginning. People say that a semiconductor, before it ends up with its ultimate user, has gone 3 times around the world before being in a final product. And there is a reality behind this. So you have raw materials that are being extracted in Western China or in Africa. Then these materials are being processed in the US or in Europe to produce advanced material. Then they are being sent yet in another country to produce wafers. The equipment used to manufacture this wafer or to do photolithography on the wafer is yet produced in different countries. Then the assembly packaging is done yet in different countries. So there is really a physical reality behind this global supply chain, which are making the supply chain extremely complex, but also plays to the advantage of industry in the sense that everybody depends on everybody else. And this is maybe actually an asset for the semiconductor industry, providing that everybody plays a fair game at global level. The big game changer in that respect has obviously been the COVID crisis, because everybody was hit very hard by the shortage of supply of semiconductor almost from one day to the next. So COVID has disrupted significantly the functioning of those global value chain I was describing in semiconductor, and was a bit of an eye-opener at political level, because everything was working properly so far. So why take this to the political level? And the consequence of the COVID crisis is that there has been a political reflex to say, oh, we cannot depend on the others, we cannot trust the other, let's rebuild the entire value chain domestically. And we're still currently in this modus operandi that all large semiconductor countries or continents are in the process of building up massive capacities in order to master the entire value chain. I think we're coming a bit somewhat to the end of this cycle, and the collective realization that maybe we're getting into some overcapacity issues in a number of areas, or also the realization that some technologies, they are high specialty technologies, and they cannot be rebuilt by everybody around the world. So maybe looking this a bit more precisely as the panel is on the EU-US relationship, I think there is still strong interdependency between the EU and the US in semiconductor. The US is dependent on the EU when it comes to specialty equipment, notably for photolithography, also for research and innovation in very advanced cutting-edge semiconductors, so below 2 nanometers technologies. We're also pretty good in Europe when it comes to things that are doing other than data processing. So sensors, for instance, or micro electromechanical system. These are things in which Europe is very strong. You take an iPhone, of course, you have the processor, which is designed in the US and manufactured in Taiwan. But all the sensors, the small radio frequency equipment, there are a lot of those components were actually manufactured in the EU. Conversely, the EU is very dependent on the US for a number of critical semiconductor, AI chips, of course. The US has a quasi-monopoly on this sort of technology. Processors, obviously, it's still a very strong hold of the US, but also on other type of equipment, other type of materials. So it's not like if the US or Europe do master all equipments and all materials in the value chain. Maybe the US and the EU also have a joint problem, which is China, obviously, which is ramping up very quickly its capacity, starting with more advanced technologies, but they are catching up very rapidly on cutting edge technology. So it's really a problem where we have a collective endeavor to address. Let's see with the next administration if we will be able to continue the very good cooperation we have with the US on those issues. But this is really a joint problem. Maybe to conclude my first intervention, there is something new on which the Commission is starting to work on, which is the EU economic security and the notion that are behind this. Semiconductor has been identified as one of the critical technologies where Europe wants to defend its EU economic security. We do have an endeavor to cooperate with the US and with a number of like-minded countries on this notion, notably when it comes to trustworthiness of semiconductors. But there are other things where maybe we won't see eye to eye, so to be seen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pierre, for highlighting this. First of all, these differences between some different sectors of services, and here namely cloud services and chips in particular, which indeed illustrate a lot all these remaining interdependencies and of course all these geopolitical stakes behind all this. I just turn now towards Sarah, perhaps to have a broader economic perspective, actually, on the European Union's technology policies since I would say the past decade or decade and a half ago. So, what kind of flaws actually we could highlight here to better see actually what's happening right now in this field.
Oh, thank you for the question and thank you for the invitation as well. I have to say that there is no directorate, no commissioner dedicated to technology specifically at the EU level. So we have to wonder what is exactly, where do we find technology policies in the EU? Excluding, of course, regulation policies. So if we exclude, and we will come back, I think, to regulation policies regarding tech, but we exclude these, where do we find technology policies in the EU? I found them in four dimensions. The first one is all these flagship initiatives and declarations. The first of all is the one given more than decades ago. It was in 2000 during the Lisbon Council. The Lisbon agenda, you remember, was to create the most competitive and knowledge-based economy in the world. With numerical objective that was 3% of GDP as for the R&D research and development expenditure, 3% of GDP. And we didn't reach this goal. And then it follows with new programs and so on up to now. And now we were still below the 3% objective. We are more or less 2.25% of GDP at the EU level, and we are behind the US, Korea, and Japan. So, but this is also a way to declare the sincere commitment of the EU towards science, towards technical change as a way to promote growth and prosperity. So that's important. The second dimension, the second where we can capture technology policies at the EU level is through the budget, at least. And we do have a research and innovation budget, which is actually for 2024 around 13 billion euros, which is would say 5% of the EU budget for 2024. The EU budget is more or less 200 billion euros, and well, a fifth of this is dedicated to the single market, innovation, and digital, and half of it is more or less dedicated to research and to all of these programs that finance research, innovation for companies, but also for public researchers. So we do have a budget, and I think we can find the EU technology policy in this budget. And but to go on, I think we can see also the commitment of the EU toward technology policy through the state aid exemptions. So you know that the state aid rules are such that it is prohibited to provide subsidies and any kind of state aid to companies in the EU, except in some field. And one of these fields is research and development and innovation. So anytime you can prove that the aid in question is related to a goal of research and development and innovation, then you can provide such aid to the company. So that's a way to see that, well, this field is important, and it's of course linked to the fact that we do have positive externalities when we do research and development, and it will provide a positive effect to all the EU members. That's the first reason. So this R&D exemption is also, I would say, a way to see that there is a specificity regarding research in the EU policies in general. And the last one is more recent, is what we named the IPCEI, the Important Project of Common European Interest. Actually, it's a framework that was set in the Treaty of the Functioning of the EU long time ago. So, but it has been used very recently as a tool to provide aids to a cluster of private companies, and to provide and to mix private and public investment in order to boost a specific technology or a sector which is deemed to be strategic. So it links to this new goal of autonomy and strategic autonomy. So the IPCEI is quite a recent tool in the way we used it. The first one was in 2017, and we had more since 2020, since the COVID crisis. So these four dimensions, I would say, where we can capture technology policies at the EU level, shows us three things. First, there is a real and sincere and long commitment of the EU policies towards technology, towards science, towards technical change as a way to promote growth and prosperity. Second, that while it's really recent that we have sectoral and specific technology that are targeted. It used to be much more horizontal with no specific sectors or technology. So if we want to find kind of what kind of technology the EU is targeting, it's really much more recent that we can feel specific objective regarding sectors. And the third is that at that time, the sovereignty wasn't an objective. The main objective was competitiveness. and it's still the case. And competitiveness is really an important thread that links all the policies at the EU level. But the sovereignty wasn't an issue. And it's more recent. I would say that the sovereignty and this concept of strategic autonomy is coming from after the COVID crisis, when we had this polarization of international relationship, and also the fact that the states enter into the functioning of the market, and the fact that we had this mixture of political intervention and economy as a weapon to influence geopolitical dispute. And but maybe it started before the COVID crisis, this weaponization of economy and the fact that the technology race was more and more an object of tensions between the US and China. And the EU is in a position that has to find its place between this relation between the US and China. And we all think that the EU is in difficult position today regarding this race for two reasons. The first is that for many technologies, the EU is lagging behind, not only because it has not the same position regarding frontier technology in AI, in cloud computing, platform companies, and many other technologies. Lagging behind also in terms of having the big companies that invest a lot in this technology. So that makes the investment very much different in terms of size. So this the first difficulty, and the second one is associated with the fact that the EU is a trade power, and the ICT trade, information communication technology trade, is super integrated. And the EU has a double dependency toward China relative to ICT goods, tangible goods. So we have a negative balance in terms of ICT goods trade. And we have also dependency in services, in ICT services toward the US. So we have this double dependency, but the ICT trade is it's super fragmented also. So having such a dependency does not tell that we have a lot of vulnerabilities associated with this importance of trade. But the EU is really is trading a lot ICT goods and ICT services, but super competitive also in ICT services. So it's not, we think that we are super dependent on the US regarding everything that is coming from their big tech companies. But at the same time, we have a lot of smaller and middle-sized companies that are very good and competitive in digital services. So the question whether these trade dependencies is a mark and of vulnerabilities, and whether regulation policy, which is the comparative advantage of the EU, is this ability to regulate and to provide and to design regulation regarding technology and tech companies, whether this ability is going to be an advantage or drawback regarding ICT competitive advantage. It's, I guess, a question we're going to address after regarding the regulation and the capability of the EU to make its way using this regulation.
So thank you very much, Sarah. I already have many questions, but I'm just trying to restrain myself here. It's terrible to be a moderator. Mark, I just want to Mark, because we might sometimes we might feel that this debates on all tech dependencies from the EU, digital sovereignty, and so on, could be overly pessimistic, that we just assess a continuous and deepening dependency towards the US and China also in some way. But when we just get back to that transatlantic matter, I would say, what kind of dividends actually these dependencies in the tech realm have brought towards, well, actually both the US and the EU, of course, itself here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And also, as a first-generation American, I must say happy Thanksgiving to any Americans in the room. Lot to unpack there. I want to go back to a point that Pierre mentioned right at the beginning about the lack of a definition of tech sovereignty. I can't express to you how much this is a problem. When van der Leyen mentioned this when she took over in 2019, I was hoping at least some sort of definitional solution to this. We may disagree. Dare I say, a more Gallic version of tech sovereignty into creating national champions, a more D9 version of open markets and let people flourish. I'm not judging one or the other, but there are significant differences between both approaches. Now that we're coming to van der Leyen 2.0, we still don't have a definition of tech sovereignty. There is an assumption that Europe is behind, but behind on what and how are we defining this? I know that sounds very wonky and geeky, but I'm a think tanker, so I can say that. But I do think we need to have a very clear conversation around how are we defining tech sovereignty? And again, I'm going to copy this, Pierre, so forgive me. The concept around everybody depends on everybody else in terms of what you mentioned on semiconductors, I think that's a really useful and frankly simple way of just describing tech sovereignty in a way that's positive, optimistic, and mutually beneficial. We'll get to Trump 2.0 in a minute, but I think just from Europe's perspective, there is a perception around tech sovereignty that we are losing because we all use, my colleagues here on the panel, we all have iPhones, we use YouTube, not Vimeo, forgive me, the French in the room. There's assumption that consumer tech has been lost. It has, and I think even you refer to cloud computing, cloud data centers, that is a market that is basically, at least in the West, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google's. They provide world-class services for many European companies. And purely from a consumer perspective, if not from a European business perspective, I would rather use AWS with its security protocols and its cost than a German or even say French counterpart that is more expensive and less secure. If I'm providing an end service for my user, I don't really care where the product comes from as long as it's meeting data protection rules and also provides a cheap and effective service for my customer. So I think we need to reframe the discussion around the positive, the negative, because I do think there is an opportunity for Europe, particularly with Trump 2.0, which we'll get to, about putting forward a forward-looking, open, regulatory, principles-based agenda around tech sovereignty that can benefit both Europe and its geopolitical position in the world. I think semiconductors is a clear example where that is somewhere where Europe can play. But forgive me, as the Brit on the panel, I'll use a Britishism or an Americanism. Sometimes we have the tail wagging the dog when it comes to what we want from our policies. The concept of having, I think, 20% of high-end chips coming from Europe is a great target, but no one discusses around access to capital, reduction of employment and financial services markets, capital markets, promotion of stock option benefits for startups, all these kind of geekeries. And to be very frank, we still do not have a digital single market, despite it being a perennial goal from the European Commission and member countries. I would suggest that before we start talking about tech sovereignty in a geopolitical context and how we reduce dependencies on both China and the US. And Sarah, I think you're 100% correct. We need to get our own house in order first. And that looks at, we are looking at tech sovereignty in a very negative perspective. There is a positive view of tech sovereignty. So again, to look at the US, I would argue they've taken a more proactive view of tech sovereignty than Europe in terms of the IRA and the CHIPS Act, onshoring where they want to, doubling down on investment on their own country's economy and companies to then export to the world. I look at a European approach around tech sovereignty, and the rhetoric is there, but either the money or the political will is not. I get that we are 27 diverse countries, and that's the benefit of being in the European Union. but that comes with downsides because you can't move quickly, and it's just difficult because each member country has a different political perspective on what tech sovereignty should be, hence my first point. So I think part of this is a dichotomy, or bipolarism seems a too harsh word, but we are looking at this from a European writ large perspective where tech sovereignty is supposed to be X and Y. We don't know what the definition is yet. And anyone from the European Commission, either in the room or virtually, please work on that. That'd be very helpful. And second of all, I would argue that given the fact that if we take Trump 1.0 as a starting off point, his second administration is probably going to be inward looking and pulling back from the world. Is it an opportunity for Europe, frankly, to put a forward looking, open market, rights-based, rules-based tech sovereignty agenda that is both beneficial to the member countries, but also to our allies around the world? Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for trying to emphasize this positive view on the issue. By the way, when you were referring to the IRA, the CHIPS Act in the US, well, what's striking in some way the huge volume actually of federal subsidies actually the US has put on the table for entire sectors. And here, when we look at this from an EU side, I might be wrong, of course, but the imbalance in the capacity actually to invest such huge amount of money might be a challenge actually for us.
I mean, it does help that the US dollar is the reserve currency and they can spend whatever they like. But I also think it's beneficial that it's one country, right? I mean, it's just more difficult to do this writ large by the council because of the domestic interests of each country and so the fiscal dynamics of, say, a Germany versus a Greece, just to picture example. So I think money matters, but I also think Europe needs to spend its money better. Right, to Sarah's point around sort of the 3 pillars and the R&D spending, etc. It's great that you can onboard via the 13 billion MFF to support R&D, but then it stops. And therefore, what happens when that company wants to commercialize a product? They don't go to Europe to find, Series B, C capital. They go to the US because the wholesale market, the cost of capital is so much cheaper in the US privately than it is in Europe. I mean, I think, is it BPI here in France in terms of the fund of funds and their support of the startup sector is a key example where you could put public cash at work in a private setting to maximize benefit. But at the commission level and even the member council, so the council level, there is money being spent on quantum, semiconductors, AI, whatever it is, but there's not been any thought about commercializing that down the line, where I think, and for very legitimate political reasons, because some of this falls to member countries, but that needs to be thought about. We do the immediate cash pretty well, but then commercializing it, that's where the Americans take over.
Thank you, Mark. Perhaps Pierre, if you'd like to react to this, first of all, difficulty to commercialize the product and services from the EU side, and also the fact that part of the EU debate on all these matters have been focusing a lot on the role, on the influence of the major US tech firms in this realm. So, in what way is it a challenge for forcing actually EU legislation and projects? And how do you see that?
Yeah, indeed, I will start with the fact that indeed, in the grand scheme of things, sorry, where we're still struggling at is very much the commercialization phase. In terms of policy instrument that we have at our disposal, I think the Commission has really matured over the year in the sense that indeed we started very much with R&D programs and that we have stepped up very much in their usage. But what we could see is that after very great result in research and innovation, then you have this valley of death for companies. So they come up with great result, and then the next thing is being acquired by a US company. That's the best that can happen to them. So we have tried to find other type of instrument to accompany successful research results. In the digital realm, we have this dedicated new program that came with the last multi-annual financial framework, the Digital Europe program, that helps companies to bridge the gap between research and innovation and pre-commercial deployment. Also, you very rightfully mentioned the IPCI. This has been a key vector for us to help European enterprises in strategic sectors where we wanted to improve our capacities to actually do research and innovation, but also accompany the companies up to first industrial deployment. You could see in the mission letter, for instance, of a number of new commissioners and executive vice president, that the IPCI instrument is very much emphasized as a mechanism to drive competitiveness of EU industry. In that respect, the member states have made a great use of the resilience and recovery funds to stimulate the competitiveness of their companies, notably in strategic sectors in the digital area, in semiconductor, obviously, but also in cloud. I don't mention batteries, hydrogen as well, were key sectors in which we invested using this type of setup. Now, the big question is, we're at the end of the next generation EU. The President von der Leyen has promised to establish quickly a competitiveness fund. So it's still to be determined how this will shape up, but this could be a key vehicle to continue stimulating the competitiveness of EU enterprises.
Thank you so much. Just sticking to this EU policy landscape and next future, actually, moving to our second actually round of questions and challenges. What kind of leverages could we expect from the EU Commission, EU institutions, especially in this semiconductor industry you've mentioned before, and also AI, because you explained quite rightfully the intertwining between both AI chips, AI advanced chips in this in this field. So, what could be the foreseeable future for this EU room for maneuver in this new evolving landscape we'll see after January?
So just rewinding very shortly on what happened in the previous commission, this was a top priority at the beginning of the previous commission to regulate AI and to come up with a comprehensive regulatory framework for AI. The commissioner at that time in charge of digital said, oh no, we first need to look at data. If we want to do AI in Europe, we must master data, because if you want to do machine learning, if you want to do AI inference, you actually do need data. And we want AI in Europe to be trained with European data and to have some guarantees on the behavior of this artificial intelligence algorithm. So a huge amount of policy and budgetary investment on the EU side has been made on data policies. So the All European Data Strategy, the Data Act, all the investment made in European data spaces have been geared towards preparing Europe for AI. And the AI Act only came very late in the mandate in that respect because of that initial focus on data. So, of course, we have taken AI very much from a regulatory angle, and that's a legitimate critique. Now we're trying to look at the more industrial aspect of AI. It comes together with semiconductor, of course, but also with cloud. You cannot operate AI if you do not have the computing capacity that you need to do this. And then, of course, we start facing the shortcoming that you pointed out, that Europe is completely dependent on the US when it comes to data processing. So the hyperscalers that that you highlighted, they are very vertically integrated, and not only do they provide computing power, but they also offer their own AI services on top of the infrastructure. So it's a real challenge for Europe to look at this issue and how we can assemble AI algorithms that are compliant with European law, data processing capacity, and semiconductor. So from that perspective, I don't think it's realistic to aim at replicating what the US is doing very successfully already. But we should rather look at the gap, at the market needs that are currently not addressed by this type of integrated solutions. So the US is very good at doing mainstream AI semiconductor, at providing cloud services, doing machine learning, and providing Gen AI. Maybe what does not exist today is specialty AI for a number of sectors where mainstream Gen AI does not correspond to their need. Also, replicating a highly concentrated model is maybe not what we're aiming at in Europe. And maybe we need to look at much more distributed architecture, both from a technical perspective, but also an organizational perspective. So I think the work that is at hand for the EU is to look at the specific needs of a number of industries, notably in critical infrastructures, in telecom, in aerospace, in defense, that do need artificial intelligence to remain competitive in their respective sector, but where the current mainstream technology do not correspond to their needs. There are also a number of issues that need to be addressed in this game, is that because of the pretty monolithic market structure in AI, there are a number of competition issues that are raising in that respect, notably issues of vendor lock-in at semiconductor level, at cloud level, and at AI services level. So this also need to be looked into, and I think the EU now has at its disposal the regulatory instrument to look properly into this. So again, from the EU perspective, I think we really need to look at alternative models of how we can successfully build alternatives, but also to look at markets that are currently untapped by this type of integrated solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pierre. And we can accept that you are not so pessimistic. Actually, the way of debating and acting in this field seems pretty reassuring if we hear about what you mentioned in some of the issues here. Perhaps turning to Sarah, and in the direct continuity in all these debates and I would say economic/industrial challenges. There are many debates about, of course, the what we could expect from the next U.S. administrations, as we already highlighted. Perhaps with some risks and threats around compliance and so on for companies. And here, could we expect some of these EU member states' technological policies to be into conflict because the EU state would have different interest in dealing specifically with the next US administration, or what kind of unity and issues we might face here in this regard, linking it to this broader economic context you have already stressed.
Well, to answer your question, I want to remind us that any market is a supply side and a demand side, and this is really important to understand the role of regulation. So regarding the supply side, we always point the difficulties of the EU and its the technology where it is lagging behind, that such a size of firms that is not as big as it is in the US, and it is super important in the technology economy to have a big size. So, but regarding the demand size, and demand size is super important in the EU, and it gives the EU a real advantage that we have to highlight and not to forget. first, it is a market power, a purchasing market with a high purchasing power. It's important, and a high skill households, but also high tech firms that consume ICT goods and ICT services. So we have consumers, whether it is households or companies that consume ICTs, that can absorb technology. And then if they can absorb technology, they can also boost their capability to provide the next innovation. So purchasing power first, high-tech skills, high-tech firms, even if it's middle-sized firms, they are capable of consuming ICT goods. But also we are a place which create a lot of data. And if data is the next oil of the future, the EU is a place where we create a lot of things. We have a lot of cultural assets, scientific assets, a lot of people that are educated. We have a place of creation of arts, and that's create a lot of data. So we have to protect the data and make the data the core asset of the EU. So that's why the regulation is also important. And to think the importance of the regulation is not only to say, well, it's an obstacle to the development of companies. Yes, maybe not, but it is also a way to protect our main asset in the EU. So first, the demand is important. Regarding the supply, we have already said that there is a lot of difficulties, but if we measure the digital economy, it would be 17% of the GDP in the US. It's 12% in the EU. So, well, we are behind, but it's not so far. So we do have a digital economy in the EU that we have to promote. We have to invest more. We always say that. We have to invest in education. We have to invest. We have to boost private investment. We have to consider the cost of capital in that story. But this investment, we are very much a lot of effort to provide. That was said in the Draghi report, and we all know that. Now we have to do that and to think about the cost of capital and the integration of this capital market. So now let's move to the regulation. The regulation could be a drawback regarding the supply. It could be an obstacle for some firms to accumulate data. Let's think about the GDPR. It's a way to, it gives some rules that can prevent the development of some companies. But it is also a way to structure the industry. Think about the pharmaceuticals industry. We had a lot of regulation regarding chemicals and pharmaceuticals. It gives a lot of, it gives very much structure to our pharmaceutical industry. It's not, we cannot say it's not competitive. It is. And it moved the value of certain low value part of the value chain of pharmaceuticals industry, not in the EU. So the regulation is really important to structure the industry. So regarding the digital economy, it could also change and move the value chain some step, some part of the value chain outside the EU or inside. So the regulation is important. It is so important that you can just think about the expenditure of lobbying towards the EU Commission from these big tech companies. So they do think that the regulation is important. So this regulation has something to do regarding the structuration of the industry, but it's also, as I said before, regarding the demand, the fact that the data is the main asset of the EU. It's a way also to protect the integrity of the data and to make it a real asset and a valued asset.
Thank you, Sarah, and also for reminding us that actually what the users do is actually very important, and the behavior translating into an important demand is actually quite fundamental in all these landscapes. So perhaps turning to Mark, before we open the Q&A session, just checking the time before asking you a few questions. Mark, if we get back to that, well, I would say question of anticipating what's next with Donald Trump administration here in this regard, and focusing a bit on perhaps on AI-related matters. I don't know, could we expect actually this administration to relax antitrust measures and to scale back AI safety regulations just to boost actually U.S. economic competitiveness? Is that something we could rightfully expect? And perhaps more globally, what could be the relationships between that administration and major US tech platforms, perhaps putting aside the usual suspects we all know pretty good in the debate. But basically, well, this question is, I think, quite important.
I think this question came up in this last panel, like, what does Trump do next? So I repeat what I think the lady said, like, I'm not sure. I think it's very difficult to know if he's going to relax antitrust measures, because in his first term, he went after specific companies on antitrust issues, and therefore, and his vice president has shown support for the outgoing Lina Khan. So it's difficult to know. On the scaling back AI safety, I will be controversial and say the US wasn't doing much anyway. In terms of that, I don't consider voluntary commitments. I mean, it's in the name, they're voluntary. I think companies themselves will continue with red teaming and audits and risk assessments no matter what, because they see the writing of the wall, if not from the EU, from the OECD, Council of Europe, the G20, the G7, the African Union. I mean, I could go on. There are so many AI governance structures based around risk assessment and audits. That's not going to go away anytime soon. In terms of the US administration, it's very... Publicly, Trump in his manifesto said he would get rid of the executive order on AI from Biden. I will take him at his word. That's what we have right now. I think what we'll see, though, is AI officers in each of the agencies remain. That just feels like good practice, and that's apolitical. That's about leveraging AI for the energy department and the commerce department and the DoD, and that stuff is just good practice, and that doesn't involve Musk lobbying him, to be frank. In terms of the relationship, so in terms of safety, again, there's not much there at the moment, and what is there is all basically corporate-led as it is. Will there be some rhetoric around pulling back for competitiveness and, you know, being competitive against China? Yes, I'm not a China expert, but from what I read and through translations, the Chinese have a pretty stringent AI legislative framework. There's a massive sort of hold of national security in there, which I'm not a big fan of. But again, the Chinese are regulating, and you know, there's that question. In terms of Trump's relationship with US tech, how long do we have? I'll keep this very brief. To echo what the previous panel said, the way I would see this is Europe's digital regulation will be inherently brought into the trade disputes that are inherent with the next administration. The DMA and DSA in particular, for different reasons, will be used as sort of to whack Brussels, and threats will be made. And it's not just JD Vance saying they'll pull out of NATO because of the DSA, which is, from my perspective, farcical. But I do think those are the questions that I would be asking, but I also would frame this as that is not a Trump issue. That is a US, Washington issue. The Biden administration lobbied and still is lobbying quite hard against the DSA and DMA and AI Act privately, despite what they say domestically around the need for tech regulation. So I think there's an assumption that Trump's going to be significantly different on this issue than Biden. I disagree. I think in terms of protecting US Inc., any administration is going to be saying, keep away from our tech firms that are ours to regulate.
Thanks, Mark. Just to perhaps conclude a bit on this topic, might we expect sort of politicization of regulation, especially, well, in the US, where the well, traditional engagement policy would move towards a more well, more for like homeland security approach toward these main tech platforms?
So I'm a digital wonk. I love data protection and competition policy, and I can geek out about content moderation till the cows come home. This is not a priority for the Trump administration. Immigration, 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 and China come first. There's going to be red meat to his base in terms around censorship and free speech on social media in particular. Should they do something on Section 230? That's great, and politically that plays to the base. What does that lead to actual policy and change, particularly if you argue that maybe by the midterms in 2026 he loses one of either the House or the Senate, because traditionally that's what's happened to a sitting president. Immigration, immigration, and immigration, and then China. And so in terms of, again, very bluntly, where does tech and digital policy fit into that? I think it's not in the top 5 to 10 priorities.
That's very clear. So thank you so much. Perhaps we have 10 minutes for debating, actually. So if you have any questions here in the audience, yeah, I see already raising hands. Plus online, don't hesitate to write your own comments and questions. So please remain a bit short. Yeah, I think you were the first, and after you, sir.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wanted to react on the introduction of Madame Guillou. I agree you mentioned, I react on 2 things. You said that on a couple of many technologies, we are lacking. It's not me. If you can hear me, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
You said there are many technologies we are lacking, and so actually my question is how we are moving from being to lack to lead. And I don't want to be sarcastic, but do you think that the AI Act is a response to lead? And the other point you mentioned, I agree, is we have a lot of small and medium companies, very innovative, disruptive, but how we make these small to medium large or very large. And in general, these small and medium disruptive companies are acquired by non-European companies. And so how we make sure that they stay European, and basically when you look at the top 10 companies in the US, and you look at the top 10 European companies in France or in Europe, it's completely different.
If you want to answer, but after we'll take the other questions.
Yeah, we are lagging behind. It's not easy, but I give you 2 figures. First, regarding ICT capital, we made a study very recently, some months ago at OFCE. We have 5 less times less capital, ICT capital per employment in the EU related to the US. So let's suppose ICT capital is a computer. In the US, 1 employment has 5 computers, and 1 EU employment has only 1. Okay, so of course, ICT capital is not only computers, but it means servers, routers, everything that is infrastructure, but also softwares. So it would be hard to compensate, and we need a huge amount of investment. So I think it would take time, and I would imply that the US is going to slow down. So we know they are not going to slow down, given their race with the Chinese competition. So it won't be easy. And in AI, there was a study, very recent study also using patents in AI. And we, in the EU, we have 30% of the patent of the EU, of the US level. So the EU level is 30% of US patents in terms of size and number of citations. So we are better regarding publication in AI, but we are not very good in patents. So we are lagging behind, and it would take really long time and a lot of money to compensate. So I don't know. I don't have the solution. I know we need to invest more. All of us, all know that. We need also a reform of the capital market and the creation of the cost of capital and so on. Regarding the size of the companies, to be brief, the question is, do we really want giant? Do we really want big size? That's the question. We could have a very thriving economy without big tech, such as we do have in the US, except that these companies are those that invest a lot. So this is where we have these tricky things to solve.
Thank you. Perhaps, yeah. First of all, you, and after you, sir.
Thank you. Two quick questions concerning climate. Back then, Jeremy Rifkin made policy, how do you call it, deciders and private leaders, and talked about the change about climate. And Europe were leading concerning green tech and clean tech. I would like to know what happened along the line that resulted with EU becoming lagging behind United States and China. And concerning ITC or ICT, it is shown that in the US, public investment through DARPA and other organizations finance fundamental research. And Sarah is talking about the need of huge investment, but when they listen to Pierre and to Mark, money or capital is not the issue. You were talking about the spending efficiency. Is it that an opportunity for EU to change the model and to close the gap concerning technology competitiveness? Thank you.
Who wants to answer?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, sorry. First generation immigrant. I'm obsessed with it. On the first one, we can talk about Chinese state subsidies for green tech and the capital investment going in to massive wind farms in the US and how that's not been met. And I would argue the bankruptcy of Northvolt, the European battery maker last week, is an example of, things that should have not happened. And anyway, on the second point, we need money. Don't be clear, the money is always needed. Cost of capital, to Sarah's point, is fundamental. It's just, if I'm a startup and I want to raise Series C plus, it's just cheaper to do it in the US than it is in Europe. It just is. And let alone the number of massive private equity firms, private houses, pension funds, and large VC firms who have that cash available. The question then becomes how do you get there? And this is where I think we really are running before we can walk. Before we talk about regulation and public funds, etc., just fix the capital markets. Make it a digital single market so a Polish startup can sell to a French consumer without going through massive amounts of red tape. That stuff is so fundamental and is boring and unsexy, and we all want to do sort of the next Digital Fairness Act and the Networks Act and these wonderful things, but the basic structures of Europe's digital market are broken, have been broken for 20 years, and no one wants to fix them.
Thank you, Mark. You were the next. Yeah, sir.
Thank you. In 2019, we created the European Defence Fund to support research and development in the defense sector to boost our defense capabilities. And when the first requests for proposal were published for the PESCO projects, we saw American-based companies able to bid for those projects. they were exploiting our European competition law. And obviously there is a breach. On the other side, since 1933, you have a Buy American Act in the US. And since in 2023, you have a Build American and Buy American Act. So what will happen if we still remain in those situations? Aren't we too kind, too naive? And in the end, we will find a lot of American companies promoting their products in our defense industry or in our technology industry. I think you have the answer.
I have an answer, maybe not the answer. Yes, I do get your point. Indeed, I mean, in the European programs, be it the European Defence Fund or other funds of the EU, I mean, it's open to any company established on the European market. So there, we're not making any distinction. Nevertheless, I would like to nuance slightly how things have evolved over the past year in the EU. We're doing increasingly through the implementation of the EU security strategy. We are imposing for a number of topics that we see as really strategic for Europe. We're imposing a number of requirements for the participation in our program. So increasingly, we're imposing security assessment or compliance with certain security rules in order to participate in the program. We don't do this systematically, but where it's duly justified, we do not hesitate anymore to put in place these sort of requirements. And to be seen how these things will develop. We're progressing in the implementation of the European Economic Security Strategy. We completed last year the first set of risk assessment on 4 critical technologies, so semiconductor, AI, quantum, and biotech. And we are pursuing the risk assessment in some of these areas through a second wave of risk assessment with more precise risk analysis.
To give a compliment to your answer, France used to be against the fact that non-EU companies could claim to these EU funds. But finally, they recently accepted that maybe English and US company could also apply. Why so? Because probably we need to have a cooperative position at the moment. This is actually the justification is to have a cooperative position with the next administration. And maybe also because we need US and English companies to cooperate, to make a better project. And regarding the Buy European Act or the Buy US Act, the fact is that the Buy Act works when you have the company, when you have the supply in the country or in the place. So that's the most important. And it's not a question of law, it's a question of available supply, the qualitative.
You wanted to react, I think, Tobias, now.
Thanks. No, I want to ask a question also. Mark, I hear that sort of the bread and butter is capital markets and the like. I appreciate that. I want to ask, though, you maybe and Sarah, how do we choose what technologies are the ones that we want to support, that we want to be leading in? It feels, we just heard the 4 critical technologies that the Commission has. Not sure exactly how that list came to be. I feel like we copied it from the Americans. Then we have a list on the Net Zero Industry Act where the Commission lists all the clean technologies that there are and says, well, we want to be, in all of them. That doesn't sound like taking any priorities, but how do we take priorities? Do you have some factors, indicators that help us say, this is where Europe has to be leading and this is where we can be second, third tier?
I'm very much a fan of not picking winners. I think any type of policy that involves public money needs to be spent efficiently. And historically, governments don't do that well when it comes to do this and don't do that. I think there are thematic trends that you could maybe horizon over the next 20, 30 years where you say, we believe that potential quantum based industry in Europe is a good thing. But then saying we want to invest in that type of quantum or that, or we need to do this type of AI, no. So I would be, and again, I speak of the tech rather than green tech, but it's the same thing. Like, is her hydrogen good? I don't know, but I don't think we should be picking that over fusion or whatever the counterweight is. I think it needs to be more, again, I sound like a broken record, so forgive me. It's wonderful spending billions of taxpayers' money on things that may or may not work. But if you don't then have a long-term plan to move that into the private sector, either by the capital markets or via acquisitions, and to our colleague behind you, I think I'm not the biggest, I'm fine with an American company buying a European startup, mostly because that means more money back into the European ecosystem, and they can do it again, and that evolution continues. So for me, that's where I would approach it. I appreciate that's a more minority perspective on this issue, but I just worry about spending money on things that end up being the European version of X, and they turn out to be bad and a waste of money.
Mark, I think we are off with the time, so it's frustrating. But I encourage you to continue, perhaps for the next couple of minutes outside the discussion. Join me in thanking our great panelists.
Hi again, everyone, and thanks to all the brave souls who stayed for this last panel. For this last session, we'll now focus on how Europe can create new alliances outside traditional frameworks to enhance its technological sovereignty. As we look towards building new partnerships, what criteria should guide Europe's choice of partners? What are the key factors that Europe must consider when balancing risks and opportunities in emerging partnerships? As a matter of fact, it seems that partnerships are quite complicated, even logistically speaking, because we had several issues with our speakers. Two of our speakers actually didn't manage to come to Paris. Olivier Bailly was held up in Brussels by Joseph Borrell, which is very chic. Our dear colleague Jana Gerasim kindly stepped in at very short notice. So thank you again for that. And Sen Holim was unable to catch a plane due to a snowstorm. But Sano is here with us remotely, and I think that she can hear us. And if so, Sano, you can say hi. Okay. Oops. Well, in any event, Sano, if you hear us, you will be heard when you will need to present your thoughts. So thank you very much to the three of you, or two of you, we'll see, for joining us today to discuss. Oh, Sano is here. Sano, we can see you. I now give the floor to each of you for brief input statements, and then we'll open the floor to questions and discussion. So first, we are delighted to listen to Diana Gerasim, who is a research fellow here at Ifri, at the European Energy and Climate, Energy and Climate Center, where she works on mainly European energy and climate policies. Before joining Ifri, Diana worked as advisor on renewables and lead on the 2030 Energy and Climate Framework in Europe at Eurelectric, which is the European association representing national associations in the field of electricity from across all EU member states. She also acted as policy officer in the European Affairs Department at ENGIE, where she was in charge of the European Green Deal. And she also worked in the field of management consulting and strategy consulting in developing countries, notably in Ivory Coast and Kenya. So Jana, you'll be talking about the partnerships that the EU is building to diversify its alliances and reduce its dependencies on traditional powers, like the US and China, obviously, especially within the framework of the Global Gateway, which you worked on very much. Thank you, Jana. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Yes, perfect. Thank you very much, Laure. And I'm delighted to be here with you tonight, even if at short notice. So I hope I will still be a relevant addition to this panel. So partnerships, I won't be able to tell you everything about the European partnerships. I only work on energy and climate issues, so I will try to stick to my mandate. But if we look at things from the energy and climate perspective, I would say that partnerships was a very present word during the first mandate of the Ursula von der Leyen Commission, and I I think I very much, actually, I'm convinced that in the second one, which will start on the 1st of December, it will continue to be quite a determining factor for the European Union. And when I say it's something that was very present, I actually mean that we have basically started new initiatives, hydrogen partnerships, which of course were quite controversial in some cases, and they appeared especially after the energy crisis in 2022, when the EU actually stepped up its ambitions in renewable hydrogen, so started to look out for new resources in countries, especially in African countries. We also started hearing talk about critical raw materials partnerships, but also net zero industry partnerships, and the new word now in town is clean industrial and investment partnerships, which is going to be one of the missions for Commissioner Šefčovič. So if the slides can be maybe put on the screen, I wanted to share with you actually some insights into also a new engagement strategy that the EU has adopted in the last years. It's the Global Gateway strategy. Is it possible to put on the slides? Anyway, if that's not possible, it's okay. So the Global Gateway strategy actually comes back to this idea that we need to diversify our partnerships and to better engage with the world. Actually, the reflection started in 2016 on this issue, and then it took a lot of time up until 2021 to put forward this strategy, which is the global, which is EU's infrastructure strategy, named connectivity strategy. And actually, it's about 300 billion euro that the EU wants to invest between 2021 and 2027 in 5 key areas: digital, energy, education, transport, and health. This, the slides are coming, great. And this strategy is quite different from a number, if we go to the next slide, please. From different points of view. So first of all, we talk about an approach that is different. In which ways? It is based on de-risking. So the idea is that we will no longer try to finance the projects with only with public money, but use public money to bring in private investment. To create scale, and basically the most important partner in this field would be the European Investment Bank, which actually has also created a global pole, the EIB Global, and is expected to play an important role on this. We have looked at the data at Ifri, and what we have discovered, so it's very hard to see exactly what are the results so far on this. On these investments, because they are not labeled as Global Gateway on EIB website, but as EFSID plus investments. Anyway, looking at those, we see that already 18 billion euros have been invested in the forms of guarantees by the EIB, and this money has resulted in 62 billion euros of investment. So we see a leverage factor of 3.4 for EIB investments, which is quite good news. The second characteristic of Global Gateway is the Team Europe approach, based on the realization that when we are faced with Chinese scale, with Chinese investments in the Belt and Road Initiative, we can no longer act as national actors. We need to unite forces and present a unified European approach. This is Team Europe, unified approach, bringing all actors that want to work on a project under a unique name. That's the name of Team Europe, and it would include European institutions as well as national institutions. And the third characteristic of this initiative is actually to mobilize the private sector, which again, it was quite controversial, coming from depending on which side of the spectrum you are on. But the idea is actually to consult private actors from the phase of selecting projects until the phase of implementation, in order to maximize the benefits for both parties and select the best project. Now, if you look back to the funding sources, as I was mentioning, yeah, I didn't go through all of them, but the idea was to tell that it was quite diversified, and we still need to have concrete, let's say, follow-up accountability mechanism on all this in order to see the impact. Going to the next slide. I also wanted to point out the fact that Global Gateway is can be seen as complementary or associated to a multilateral international approach to infrastructure investments. If it's possible to put on the next slide. Indeed, the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, this is a G7 initiative, and the interesting part is that actually the Global Gateway, some Global Gateway projects are listed under the PGE, let's say, mandate. And so the question now is to understand, is the $600 billion ambition of the PGE an independent one from the Global Gateway, or are the two actually to be seen as together? This is actually important when you talk about creating scale compared to China's Belt and Road Initiative, which is reputedly investing already trillions in developing countries. And of course, there is the issue of uncertainty of what would happen with this initiative under Trump 2. But independently of this, Global Gateway is still expected to continue because it's a European initiative. Going to the next slide, here you can see what are the areas of focus for Global Gateway. You see namely projects in Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. Actually, it's the package for Africa represents 50% of the Global Gateway money that will be mobilized, 150 billion euros. There were some advancements, some progress on this at the COP28. Mostly in terms of deploying renewable energy, the promise of deploying 50 gigawatts of renewable energy based on 20 billion of euros of funding. It actually proves that the EU really tries to help not only its own diversification, but also enforce, strengthen the strategic autonomy, the resilience, the economic development of its partners. And we know that energy access for sub-Saharan countries is one of the most important issues. Then what you cannot really see on this slide is that the Global Gateway is also increasingly associated to European Union's economic security agenda. It is actually listed as one of the pillars of the economic security agenda. And I think one of the most illustrative examples in this sense is to look at the critical raw materials agreements, which are associated to the Global Gateway, but in the end, we haven't seen clear investments going to these critical raw material sectors. The idea being that the EU wants to be a partner for African countries that want to diversify the buyers of critical raw materials, but even going beyond this, develop processing, recycling capacities in these countries, develop the infrastructure around the mines, because it's not only about investing in mines, it's creating also the transport infrastructure, the energy supplies, which are critically missing in the on the continent. I think it's the end of my presentation, but what is, I think so, yes. I can't remember actually. But what I wanted to say, no, I knew there is a last slide on diversification of critical raw materials. Yeah, indeed, this is a priority for, we can go to the last slide, yes. This is a priority for the US as well, and maybe a critical difference, which I can you go to the last slide? A critical difference between the EU and the US at this point, both of them are indeed focused on diversifying partnerships, but the problem is that the US has already started to bring money in these countries on critical minerals projects. This is not the case for the EU. We still have a lot of hesitations on how this can be financed. Is it, let's say, in line with our taxonomy, ESG standards? So all these issues have to be figured out. But maybe one other track that can be invested by the EU and that is progressing on this issue is the Mineral Security Partnership, which is the multilateral engagement on critical raw materials, and where we see more than 20 projects that are now being developed through international support other than Chinese ones, especially OECD countries that are members of the MSAP. So I will stop here because I suppose it was too long and a bit, well, you'll forgive me, it was last minute, so thank you.
No, it was perfect. Thank you very much, Jenna, for this very clear and helpful presentation, because it really shows the driving forces behind the global gateway and this Team Europe approach. I'd now like to turn to the screen, so to Sanho Lim. Sanho, you hold a PhD in economics from Sungkyunkwan University in South Korea, where you specialize in international macroeconomics. You're a senior researcher at the Center for Economic Security and Foreign Affairs in the South Korea's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Your work focuses primarily on supply chains, industries, and geopolitical issues affecting economic security. Your recent research interests include foreign investment, advanced industry, supply chains, and energy. Previously, you worked as a researcher at the Korea Energy Economics Institute, and you also teach macroeconomics at Chunggang University. Sano, can you please tell us what lessons can the EU learn from South Korea's experience in building a high-tech economy amidst regional challenges and tensions? The floor is yours.
Sure. Can you hear me well, first of all? Okay. To begin with, I hope to attend the meeting in person. However, my plane canceled yesterday because of the unexpected snowfall. And actually, it was the heaviest snow ever for November after Meteo recorded. So I'm witnessing the climate change affects our life in real. And I ask for your understanding in my attending via hybrid mode today. So I prepared the presentation file to fill this distance gap. So I will share it through online. Okay. Sorry, different files. So one of my work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is to monitor issues impacting economic securities. And our team are seeing a growing trend toward restricting technologies and limiting data transfer nowadays. So in this context, technology proliferation is expanding, and South Korea's public and private sector are taking efforts to secure technology sovereignty in response to this trend. So today I'd like to discuss 3 key points with you. 1, South Korea's achievement in today's advanced industries. 2nd, effort to secure technological sovereignty. And 3rd, challenges we face and opportunities for collaboration. At first, I'd like to share with you how South Korea achieved economic growth. That was the one subject that our chair Lord told me to add. So in the 1970s, South Korea focused on developing its heavy chemical industries. That was our government-led decision, and it was a very security-related decision. At that time, there was a military tension between South Korea and North Korea. So, and the heavy industry, it can turn into defense industries during wartime if needed. So this decision actually led to rapid economic growth of Korea. From 1980s, Korea diversified its export for advanced products like chip, consumer electronics, and displays. Now our top 3 exports were here semiconductors and automobiles and petrochemical goods. And especially with semiconductors and automobiles, each industry accounts for approximately 20% of GDP. That's huge. So South Korea's ultimate goal is to ensure that strategic technologies drive national economic growth through strategic industries while navigating today's complex global challenges. For technology sovereignty, I think I can pass this because it's just explaining thing. It was about legal framework and our governments. One thing in here, our government, we released a master plan about the technology nurture plan this year. Our government has categorized 12 national strategic technologies into 3 areas: leading, catch up, and future challenges. In Korea's strategic technology nurture plan, especially the international collaboration and strategic partnership in research field is one of the key components. So our country has a strong motivation to respond and attend in technology dialogue for future cooperation. So I'd like to discuss more about the point of cooperation. Actually, South Korea's growth model has long been based on the concept of fast followers. We have not been a leader of scientific development like Silicon Valley. Instead, we rapidly acquired new technology and applied well to drive economic growth. However, in our leading technologies like chip, displays, and chemicals, China is rapidly expanding its influence by leveraging domestic demand growth, cost competitiveness, and strong government support. So we face the challenge of keeping our advanced manufacturing industry competitive while promoting high-tech technology for future growth. To address technology security challenges, it is essential for South Korea to build solid strategic technology partnership with countries that share our values. So this is precisely the point of cooperation between South Korea and Europe, including EU and its member states. However, to move forward as actual cooperation, it is crucial to offer customized cooperation model, like tailored to specific technologies. The technology cooperation must ensure clear mutual benefits So it is crucial to identify which strategic technology could complement each other. Then there is where synergy can actually happen. However, since each EU member state may focus on different strategic technology, as I know, the specific points of cooperation will likely be various depending on individual member states. So there are a few areas of cooperation for tech sovereignty. For emerging technology, Korea is actively engaging in strategic dialogue tables, especially in AI or quantum development group. Also in multilateral platforms, we are focusing on MSP, just mentioned in before. Also bilateral, trilateral cooperation, especially with EU. Horizon Europe program is one of the notable examples between our cooperation. This year, South Korea obtained associate member status in Horizon Europe, so it is another achievement. Also, Korea and EU, we have the Digital Partnership Council this year. So in this council, we has produced actual results such as driving specific areas of cooperation, and semiconductor is included in this council. I think this council could play a role in narrow agendas or creating actual policy directions, such as the EU-US TTC. When discussing the pre-sales effect, one of subject of our session that Lord asked me, it can also affect Korea. It means that recently Korea proposed AI bill, and in this bill, it is known to be influenced by EU's AI Act. So in this field, such as AI or 6G, 5G, which making a norm on standard is highly important for future leadership, Korea has strong motivation working with other developed countries such as EU, because EU, especially in activities of standardization committee. Korean government already announced a plan to support nurturing standard experts and developing standards. So there would be a solid cooperation point. However, there is a few obstacles or hurdles to overcome. In recent years, we are witnessing intensified global competition in subsidies and economic security policies. For instance, allies may perceive these actions as unfair or overly restrictive or potentially harming trade relationships. So our government has been trying to respond other countries' economic security measures. For example, our government has been working with private sector to minimize the impact of CBAM or due diligence directive since its announcement. Therefore, it is deemed necessary to build the procedure to listen to or reflect on the potential impact of these measures on allied nations in advance. As I understand, similar points were included in the EU Commission's political guideline document announced after the election this June. So I think I should pause here. I'm happy to share further ideas with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sano, for this very rich explanation as well, which shows how Europe can align itself with like-minded countries, such as South Korea. Last but not least, I finally turn to Trisha Ray, who managed to catch her plane, and who is primarily an associate director and resident fellow at the Atlantic Council's Geopolitics Center, so or equivalent, but on the other side of the Atlantic. Her research lies at the intersection of geopolitical and security trends in relation to emerging technologies. She leads AI Connect 2, a partnership with the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy under the US State Department, which promotes responsible AI in developing countries. Prior to joining the Atlantic Council, Trisha was a fellow and deputy director at the Center for Security, Strategy and Technology at the Observer Research Foundation, where she led projects on India's technology policies and partnerships. Trisha, you're going to explain how to navigate partnerships in sectors like AI governance, data protection, platform governance, cybersecurity, semiconductors, where standards and norms are still evolving. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Laura, for reading my entire introduction. It's really long and my titles are like a mouthful. And good morning, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. I know it's always a struggle to be in a panel at 6 p.m. When you could be out having wine. So thank you for sticking around. So I don't have slides, unfortunately, but the questions posed to me were about India's vision for technology partnerships, which, like with most aspects of Indian strategic culture, is guesswork because there is no strategy document for India's technology partnerships as there is with South Korea or Japan or the US. So it's a bit of guesswork, which means I have a lot of work to do, which is great. So I'd characterize India's approach with two phrases. The first is strategic autonomy, which is another way of saying tech sovereignty, I suppose. And then the second is economic pragmatism. And that economic pragmatism is linked with the fact that India is a large country, not just geographically, but its population as well. So you have 2 billion plus people, and it's still not reached its population peak. That's still a couple of decades away. It's going to cross 3 billion by then. And then of that 2 billion, nearly half are the working age population. So you have 1 billion people that you have to provide jobs for, make sure they have equal opportunities, access to basic services. And so all of this is factored into India's tech partnerships and engagements as well. And so the government of India's overall approach to its tech partnerships is animated by these subnational priorities, not just like population issues, but also state level politics do influence national policy as well. India's economy is growing. Last year, it recorded about an 8.2% growth. So it's about a 3.89 trillion economy and is now the fourth largest in the world. But its per capita income is just about $2,500 US, so relatively low compared to the size of its economy. As I mentioned, population growth hasn't reached its peaks. So even while India does produce large numbers of STEM graduates, it's still a really small proportion of the country's overall population, and still not enough really to meet its own domestic demands for critical skills in cybersecurity, network architecture, AI, and so on, even as it's exporting quite a lot of its labor to other countries. So India's domestic tech policies broadly fall into three categories. The first is about public service delivery. So there's this phrase, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, as an inclusive development for all, which has been animating priority for a lot of Indian policies. And so just like Sano described South Korea as a fast follower, India has been a slow follower in many technology areas, except this one in public service delivery with the creation of digital public infrastructure. The second element is building a domestic electronics manufacturing base. And this is epitomized in Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant India. And with self-reliant, I know it often causes a lot of confusion, the phrasing. It's not delinking India's economy, because India needs these partnerships to be able to grow. And I don't think isolationism has ever been a part of India's tech policies at all. And then the third pillar is education and skilling. So there's a new education policy that's been implemented. There's the National Skills Development Program, and all of these are intended to change the way education is imparted in the country to make it more applicable to real-world demand for skills, and then provide vocational training for populations outside of the formal university system, so to say. And so the strategic autonomy and economic pragmatism is reflected in its partnerships in two ways. The first is India casts a really wide net when it comes to its partnerships. And so India is part of the Quad, but it's also in the BRICS, it's in G20, it's part of the I2U2, which is Israel, India, US, UAE, though that's not gone very well with the conflict in the Middle East, but India continues to engage with the 3 member states bilaterally. So wide net is one. The second is India has supported the expansion of the existing groupings that it is a part of. And so the G20 saw the entry of the African Union during India's presidency. And then BRICS has also seen some expansion. So UAE, Egypt, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Ethiopia were recently added, though New Delhi wasn't exactly thrilled with that group of countries because Delhi's approach has always been balanced expansion, and these 5 countries are very China-aligned, so New Delhi wasn't exactly excited about that expansion. The EU-India partnership has underperformed so far, I'd say. I hope that with the new EU Commission and an Indian government with a renewed mandate, that this will change, because there are a lot of interesting initiatives. The EU-India Connectivity Partnership is one, IMAC, all of these. So there's definitely room to grow.
Thank you very much, Trisha, for this enlightening presentation and this very clear explanation of this mix of strategic autonomy and economic pragmatism. It's very interesting. We'll open the floor to questions in a few minutes. Before that, I have 2 or 3 questions myself, but during these questions, don't hesitate to raise your hand if you have questions, or to drop your questions in the chat if you're online. First, this is the elephant in the room, not from the beginning of the day, but in this panel. I want to talk about concerns about the new Trump administration and how this future administration might engage differently on those issues, especially regarding not only partnerships, but also AI governance, and how this may affect India's and South Korea's as well positions. And second question, how, according to you, how can the EU reinforce its partnership framework? Because you mentioned that it's not going that well with India, for instance. It seems better with South Korea, but how, from the perspectives of partners, those partnerships can be strengthened. And I think it's already not bad. So who wants to go first? Trisha.
Okay, for Trump administration, so I have a different perspective because I was in DC the day after the election, and the city was like a ghost town. It was empty. Everybody was at home, probably having had too much alcohol the night before. The mood in DC wasn't great. In New Delhi, so there's an odd disconnect in New Delhi, I feel, because the perception is that a Trump administration was mostly great for India in the first term, so this term is going to be great as well. but that's a bit of selective memory loss because the Trump administration was also hard on India when it came to some issues that it was trying to push through on fair competition. For example, there was a case against Amazon because it has a dominant position in Indian e-commerce. So it's not going to be all rainbows and fairies this time either. Another point that is often brought up is that India is one of the few countries that the US does not have a trade deficit with. And so this will work in India's favor. Unfortunately, that changed last year. This is the first year that India did not have a trade deficit with the US. It was one of the only, it was of the top 10 trade partners that India had, the only country that India does not have a trade deficit with. So bad timing, but that has changed as well. Historically, a Trump administration has also been volatile when it comes to its international commitments and partnerships. The US had withdrawn from UNESCO, for example, where a lot of these AI ethics discussions, for example, are happening. And so if the US were to withdraw again, who knows what will happen? Trump's commitment to the Quad might fluctuate. And the Quad is the one basket that India has put a lot of its eggs in.
Maybe Sano, if you want to, sorry, to
Of
comment.
course.
Yes.
After Trump administration actually happened, and of course we are taking it very seriously, and those public and private sectors are paying attention about it. At the same time, we also analyze which industry could be benefit from his administration. For example, also our key industries like automobiles and semiconductor, they also changing their strategies. For example, the Hyundai Motor Group, the Hyundai car company, it is our leader, one of the leader company, the automobile companies. And in the Biden administration, the Hyundai, they actually invest a lot in the United States. It is also a little bit changing its strategy because it is such as threatening the production of hybrid vehicles instead of EV vehicles or conventional vehicles. Because we expect the IRA subsidy would be reduced in the near future. Of course, in this industry, there are also no outlook that abolition of IRA subsidies will not be easy to realize because most of regions where electric vehicles are battery factories that benefit from IRA are located are Republican strongholds. So there is also an analysis that Korean company could benefit if Trump administration imposes the high tariff on Chinese battery company. There would be some reflection effect to our countries. So we also, which industry could have benefit from his administration also. The other industries are changing our strategies. So all scenarios are being reviewed and closely monitored. However, our government is thinking that this kind of situation is very concerning for our industries and our economic growth.
Thank you, Diana.
Yeah, so for the first question on Trump 2, I think you have already discussed about this, the issue of tariffs, deregulation, lack of engagement, international engagement, the issue of fossil fuels push. This will be for sure very different, let's say, pathways than the European pathways. So it will create most likely a lot of tensions. But still, I would say also that when you look at what happened under the Biden administration, if you take the example of the Trade and Technology Council, unfortunately, it didn't go as far as we would have expected with the US. So we put in place this council to improve our communication, our working together, to find also a solution for the steel tariffs. So we also had the GASTA discussions. And actually all of this, they have yielded some results, but not the huge results or the key results we were expecting. So it's also something to keep in mind, but probably it would be good to still have this kind of technical format, at least, that continues, that encourages engagement on standards, on just understanding each other, because it's, yeah, I think it's important, and I think it has value added, even if you don't see any kind of big announcements and breakthroughs. That's one thing. The other is, of course, if I take a more concrete examples of cooperation, I was mentioning the Mineral Security Partnership. Maybe what I didn't mention is that at the beginning, when when the EU put in place its critical raw materials strategy, it intended to put also in place a critical raw materials club. So having a network of partnerships and having this kind of instance of discussion and cooperation. And then the US actually came with this initiative of Mineral Security Partnership, and the EU decided not to compete with the MSP, but actually to be part of it and to extend it into a more inclusive club. By adding the MSP forum. So we tried not to compete, but to collaborate and be constructive. And I think it was the best way, because indeed the Mineral Security Forum today includes countries from the developing world, countries which have a lot of resources and that are not included in the Mineral Security Partnership membership as it is. But I think that even if I think Trump administration will still be interested in critical raw materials and in this kind of cooperation. Actually, it is Trump who put on the table this issue of critical raw materials. And I think it will continue to engage in this, even though probably with a more domestic, enforcing domestic action. But even if this was to fall apart, I think what was smart in the EU's way of thinking is also to have a security net, which are the bilateral partnerships. It has been signing with 14 countries, but maybe this will continue. So these are just MOUs. The problem is that at this stage, we don't have any concrete action, concrete follow-up. I studied all of them, and yeah, on some of them we have some actions, but I think this is my recommendation on the second question, is really getting to the business part, like doing the investments, having the KPIs to follow, having accountability, having these regional discussions where we also try to exploit the synergies. And going back to the global gateway framework and all the different partnerships I was mentioning at the beginning, hydrogen, net zero industry, critical raw materials, I think there should be a sort of coordination between them, because at the end of the day, what we should aim to do is a real, like, comprehensive and ecosystem-based offer, and not just siloed approaches. And in a way, it also requires having a much clearer structure of the global gateway, like one person, the joke about who am I supposed to call when I want to talk to the European Union, it can also be applied to the partnerships, like who am I supposed to call when I want to do a partnership with the EU? And we really need that commissioner, that that figure that we can engage with. And then, of course, I was mentioning money, and I think money is important, and financing, and Global Gateway has, for now, secured some sources of financing in the current MFF for 2027. But the question is, what will happen after? And one of the things that I think could be interesting, especially because it was also mentioned in the previous presentation, CBAM, CBAM could be a source of revenues for these partnerships, for the global gateway. Also because it would be probably seen as a justice measure. This money is collected at the borders based on the principle that we need to pay the same price for CO2 emissions, even if it's produced outside. So it is to incentivize other countries to act. But since we collect this money, maybe we can use it actually then to invest in the developing countries, to invest in the industry, to invest in the infrastructure, and really make a good contribution. That would be some ways.
Thanks for these incredible ideas, and I can testify that we tried to call someone to represent the global gateway, and we didn't manage to find someone. So, okay, we'll now open the floor to questions. Tobias, and then Mathilde, and then Monsieur. I forget your name. Sorry. Les micros.
Thanks. I have two questions. First to Sano Lim. I was wondering, you mentioned a few of the economic security partnerships that Korea is doing with Europe. I wonder, what is the next step do you see? You mentioned batteries is on the list of technologies that Korea is leading, that is important to them. It's also increasingly important in Europe. Is there a scope for battery alliance where we recommit to common investments, recommit to joint investments in raw materials, for example? Is there scope for this? Korea is the biggest investor in Europe's battery ecosystem by far, but China is pressing on the European market. So there's increasing pressure here in Europe to say who are the good investors, who do we want to work with? So I'll be curious to hear your thoughts on if that could be an element where we can cooperate. Trisha, similarly to you, the EU and India had this Trade and Technology Council also. It seemed to not be filled with much. I'm not sure, I didn't follow it so closely, but why is that? In your view, is Europe even seen as a credible actor in the technology field? And so is there even more scope in there? What's your sense of how that could go now with Trump too?
Okay. If I say first,
yes, please.
Okay. I think Tobias' question is related to remark about the MSP, Mineral Security Partnership, just mentioned previously. Actually, there are there are a few projects underway at MSP. For example, Korea, we are participating in project of Tanzania, and we are actually trying to producing graphite, which is important to produce secondary batteries. We actually the graphite is highly dependent on China at this time. However, we are trying to produce the graphite without China's intervention. So if of course there is many obstacles to be actually produced because of the cost problem and profitability problems, and always the research development have many problems. However, if it is realized, it will be the only production that can escape the Chinese supply chain, Chinese graphite supply chain, and it could be receive IRA qualification in United States. So in this context, we are trying to use the multilateral platform like MSP to diversify and to reduce the over dependence about a certain country. However, after the second Trump administration, there is a high risk about the investment or the last investment in United States or EU. So however, we are thinking the multilateral partnership or could be helpful to our industries.
Right. So the question on India, yes, not much happened under the EU-India TTC, even though it just had 3 pillars, and I think the US-EU one has many more pillars, maybe 12. And I think part of it, so what I've heard from people who were working on this in the Indian government was they were looking at how the EU-US TTC would go. And since it hasn't gone well, there hasn't been much energy that's been dedicated to that. The other issue is also just capacity. So at the recent strategic partnership review meeting, which I think was just a couple of days ago with the EU, the person who was representing the Indian government was the Joint Secretary West of the Ministry of External Affairs. JS West has a huge portfolio, so there's not going to be much time to dedicate to what can be done under the EU-India TTC as well. And so I think if maybe the EU side can take the initiative in at least getting some ideas on the table, India wouldn't be opposed to pursuing those under the TTC framework. And that's a lot that Europe and India can agree on. One example is digital taxation. So India has something called the equalization levy, which is a 6% levy on digital services, ad services specifically, and then it added another 2%, which the US opposed. But part of it is because India wants value from all the data that these US companies are gleaning from the habits of Indian users. So that's something we do agree on, though. Let's see if we can cooperate on that as well. Maybe joint front. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. In the front.
Yes, Jean-Pierre Bien-Aimé. A short question for Sanyo Lim. You included in your leading technologies next generation communications and mentioned Horizon Europe, innovation and research and innovation program of the European Commission. In what extent are you involved in this development program for 6G communications?
Senho, do you want to answer right now, or we can take a second question so that you have a little time to think about it?
Okay. I think you're asking about the 6G program in our EU and Korea's the Digital Council, isn't it right? As I understand, because I'm not I'm not the expert in this part, but I just read the government document. So if I say as I understand, yes, there is also we have some joint partnership in 6G, as I know. However, yes, there is as I know, there is a working group in 6G. I think I need to find more about the information.
Thank you. Mathilde?
Yes, thank you so much for your remarks. Very insightful. I had 2 questions that sort of echo. Thank you. What Tobias was asking. The first one is for you, Trisha. Thank you very much. So you ended your presentation on such a cliffhanger that I just need to know more on EU-India cooperation. You mentioned, for instance, digital taxation. That could be an element of cooperation in the future. Do you have any other ideas of path for cooperation on either sectors or specific initiatives or topics that you have in mind? And the second one is for you, Sanho Lim. because you mentioned at the end of your presentation the worry about subsidies, competition, as well as the exposition to US export controls. And I think that South Korea and the European Union have to some extent certain similarities on their the difficulty to manage the current great power competition and the de-risking policies of the US and China that we mentioned in the first panel. Do you think that there would be some elements of cooperation possible, or like sharing lessons learned or sharing possible tools to mitigate the risks of economic coercion or the risk related to subsidy competition, etc.?
Other ideas for partnership. So I think India is also a participant in the Horizon program and has been a great beneficiary of funding for joint research. And so that would definitely, that should definitely continue. And AI research is one space that could work well in. So India has a lot of, like, Indian scholars produce a lot of publications, which are fairly well cited. And most of these are collaborations with US-based authors or China-based authors. I think EU is maybe third or fourth in that list. So there's definitely space to grow there. So research collaboration is one. The European countries and India also have similar aspirations for semiconductor production, but in that space, I feel like Indian and European incentives compete because there's still a limited number of semiconductor companies that are willing to offshore production. Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't think that's really an area for collaboration.
Thank you. Sanu, we are waiting for you.
Yes.
And then, Madam, I saw you had a question.
Oh, okay.
No, Sanu, please.
Oh, okay, I see. About the economic coercion, just Mathilde mentioned. Yes, we actually we already experienced the economic coercion by China in 2012, I guess, to 2019. It started from political issues as a sad this big position. However, it affects the China's coercion has started at the time, and our industry, especially our travel industry and our cosmetic industry, which had the market share in China, was affected a lot. At the time, the cooperation doesn't exist. So our country just have to handle this problem, also solely have to handle this problem. However, after in G7, in the economic coercion was discussed, and there is some consensus that some common behavior is needed to handle this economic coercion problem. So I think there would be some collaboration in this problem could be happened in the near future, I expect. And about the export control, also there are some like-minded countries about the United States chip export control, and our country is also highly concerned about the chip export control because our industry are closely tied with China and also to the United States. For example, the advanced for the equipment of chip company or the software of chip, we are dependent on United States. However, the volume of chip, the volume of chip produced in Korea, we export 30% to China. So China market is so important to our the semiconductor industry. So the export controls, there is some ask to act together for export control from United States. Is there is concerns of our government because we are actually our government concerns about United States request to join together for export control, because if we join to the export control in future, of course China will retaliate. So our chip companies market could be affected. So of course, we are thinking that like-minded countries collaboration or joining our voice is needed. Also, regarding the MSP, we also thinking about the creating the marketplace together. It would be helpful to maintain this program in actually concrete, because without the marketplace, there is no profitability of companies, and actually there is some actual corporate to maintain this system, especially in MSP. So I think I can done in here.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm Catherine Montel. I've been working, among others, 17 years with Gaz de France that became ENGIE. Sorry. I have one question for Mrs. Sanho-Lim regarding the geopolitical environment. Basically, it's not very peaceful at the moment because of China, because of North Korea, because of Russia, etc. You have presented the list of the priorities of your country. I don't know how old that list is. It's pending, I guess, but is it being amended at the moment because of the present geopolitical situation, and how the partnership with Europe could be affected or supported or grow in this new environment? Thank you.
Okay. I'm just an economist, and I'm not a my major is not politics, so it is it's a little bit hard to respond about it. However, in Korea, this kind of geopolitical issues always exist. Actually, there is interesting because our semiconductors development is under geopolitical issues, because in 1980s, there is some changing dynamic geopolitical issues between United States and Japan during the 1980s. At the time, Japan's chip market share was 30%, and it is even surpassed the U.S. share. At that time, United States, they placed on Japan, as I know. United States placed on Japan, and it created more favorable environment for China. So we already have experienced that how the geopolitical environment actually affected strongly. So we have developed under these geopolitical issues, and even the crisis could be a chance to grow. So of course, South Korea is paying close attention, because we already have this kind of experience, like geopolitics actually affect to our economic growth. So yes, in this situation, we think because we are thinking that the cooperation between like-minded countries and like the EU is so crucial for us.
Well, I think that it remains for me to thank you all warmly for taking part in this conference, and also to thank all those at Ifri who've made it possible. So Nicolas, Mena in the régie, Mathilde, Paul, Cathy and Aurélie, obviously, who helped us very much with the organization, and last but not least, our intern, Emma. And finally, I wish you all a good evening after this long afternoon of discussions and reflection. And we can thank our speakers one last time.